7:30 p.m. Pursuant to Section 13 of the Open Public Meetings Act, adequate notice of the time and place of this meeting has been given by prominently posting the sunshine notice of the Princeton Zoning Board of Adjustment. Such notice has been placed on the official bulletin board at the Princeton Municipal Complex and by transmitting a copy of the notice to the Princeton Packet, Town Topics, the Times, Trentonian, and by filing a copy with the Clerk of Princeton on January 26, 2021, and has been posted on the municipal website, www.princetonnj.gov. Pursuant to Executive Order 107, due to the state of emergency in New Jersey regarding COVID-19 coronavirus, notice that during the declared state of emergency, all regular and special meetings of the Princeton Zoning Board of Adjustment will be held electronically via Zoom, was transmitted to the Princeton Packet, Town Topics, and the Times, and was filed with the Clerk of Princeton on the 24th day of April 2020. Such notices have been placed on the official bulletin board at the municipal complex and on the Princeton website and ought to be maintained throughout the year. And by transmitting a copy of same to the Princeton Packet, Town Topics, the Times, Trentonian, and Comcast Media, and by filing a copy thereof with the Clerk of Princeton, notices have also been placed on all windowed doors of the municipal complex. Claudia, can you call the roll, please?
Yes. Ms. Coulson?
Here.
Mr. Davidge?
Here.
Floyd?
Here.
Driver?
Here.
Tannenbaum?
Here.
Mr. Valvanis?
Here.
Penn?
Here.
Stein? Mr. Cohen?
Here. Okay.
Steve, before we
yes.
get going, we have a couple of board members who needed to listen to meeting tapes. So I'd just like to put that on the record. That
Okay.
would be Harlan, Jim Davidge, and Steve Schreiber. And I'm going to ask you all to swear affirm that for Harlan, you listened to the tapes of December 16 and January 6th. And Steve and Jim listened to the tape of the January 20th meeting. So
We
if
did.
that, it's affirmative for all of you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great, then we're good to go.
Good. Okay, this is a continuation of our last hearing for case Z 2020-828, 20 Nassau Street, block 19.02, lots 17 through 20 in the zone CBCP. I think tonight we'll start off with the applicant completing their testimony, and then we'll move back to the public portion of the hearing. So, Mr. DeGrazia, would you like to begin?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So over the last couple of meetings, the zoning board had a number of questions, and we've prepared some exhibits and have some more information that we think is going to be very helpful. We also have heard a couple of questions. We've answered them from the community as this hearing has continued. So we have a short presentation, well, maybe not too short, but a responsive, I should say, presentation that looks at a couple of the questions that have been raised, everything in terms of the views, in terms of some of the master plan and drivers and the evolution of the plan, and brings us right down to where the plan is today. And we thought it would be helpful to sort of get the ball rolling. With that, I will like to introduce our first two witnesses, who will be Josh Zinder and Michael Mills. They both have been sworn in and qualified, and they are going to talk a little bit about the visual analysis, the hotel site context. We've had a number of questions regarding how it impacts the plan, how you would see it. And we thought that a short presentation would be very helpful on how it's going to be viewed. So Josh, are you there? And Michael?
I'm here.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So I'm not sure, Josh, are you going to start us off?
I'll start. Yeah. So good evening, everyone. Hope everyone's staying safe and healthy. I'm Josh Zinder, an architect in town and a longtime tenant of the 20 Nassau Street building. After the comments from the Bank Street neighbors, we were concerned and curious how much of an impact this building will really have on Bank Street. So we went back out again and took another look. Here, standing in front of 35 Bank Street, the historic street is visually unaffected. As we walk up the street here in front of 31 Bank Street, again, there's no, you cannot see the new structure. We get to 27 Bank Street, still no sign of the hotel. Between 27 and 25 Bank Street, we get glimpses to the 22 Chambers building. It's a modern brick building, and it's on Chambers Street. As we continue down Bank Street, we begin to see the gun building, which is 14 Nassau, when we are in front of 21 Bank Street. Between 23 and 21 Bank Street, more signs of 22 Chambers. At 19 Bank Street, still no hotel. 15 Bank Street, no hotel. Not until we stand in front of 13 Bank Street can you actually see the 20 Nassau building, and as a result, the hotel. But please note a few items between these images. So the strip park with its grass, so if we go here, the strip park with its grass and flowering trees and shrubs create a buffer in this view and look substantially better than the asphalt drive that is there now. We will also be getting rid of the curb cut that's there and the asphalt and installing a new sidewalk. Yes, the new sidewalk is not going to be the patchwork that we have shown here. It'll be nice new concrete, but we use the Photoshop from the existing sidewalk to fill in.
Josh, can I interrupt you here for a sec?
Sure.
So I don't think we actually marked this into evidence yet.
No, you didn't. You didn't.
Yeah. So we had an exhibit that we marked in as A1, which was the full presentation, and then we described it by the page number. So Karen, does that make this A2?
Well, what you had posted on the website was what was labeled A2 little a and A2 little b.
Okay, so this is the hotel site context.
Okay. I'm not sure
So
which
I'm not sure if
one.
that's A or B, but
Me either.
for purposes of the record, we could just mark it in as A2 and then
Okay.
indicate what, well, it's up to
Yeah.
you.
No, that's okay. So this is the exhibit called Hotel Site Context A2.
Yep.
Okay.
And Josh is going through the pages. He is now going back and forth between page 11 and page 10 on this description of before and after.
Okay.
Okay, Josh.
Okay, so that's on page 11. Standing here, you can see the new greening of that asphalt drive, that little parklet that we're installing. Moving farther down Bank Street and looking across the gun parking lot before and after the cleaned up brick walls, no longer a patchwork of repairs, AC units and wires, but rather detailed masonry, green roof, and a court which steps back away from Bank Street.
So, excuse me, just let me ask a question to that slide, if you don't mind. So I assume then you have a modified plan that allows that planting, those trees that are shown? Oh, I'm sorry, the trees are in the park area. Excuse me. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay. Michael Mills,
Yeah, can I jump in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to say that I've been an architect in Princeton, dare I say it, for over 40 years. And I've practiced for some years in 10 Nassau Street, which is right at the head of Bank Street. And I'm very familiar with this charming neighborhood. And I believe, just to follow up on what Josh is saying, that this project is an enhancement to the neighborhood because it removes a deteriorated structure which is detrimental to the neighborhood aesthetically and also from a safety standpoint, and replaces it with a beautiful new hotel structure of similar scale to buildings like 22 Chambers Street and the church that's on the opposite street corner. I also think that GPNJ and Stonehill Taylor have listened to and appreciated the concerns of the Bank Street neighborhood and addressed those concerns by reducing the size of the hotel to the smallest that works economically. And they further addressed with design enhancements along the property line so that any effects to Bank Street are minimized. And you'll hear more about that later in the presentation.
Thanks.
Thank you.
The view on Bank Street from the other direction, patched masonry, infilled fenestration, and wires.
Right.
The new building steps back and lowers the wall from 32 feet to 20 feet, which now opens the view up to Chambers Street. You will now be able to see 16 Chambers and Palmer Square in the distance from this view. Previously, they would have been obscured by the higher wall. That would be right there.
Can you flip back again and just back and forth? Yep, 1, 2, thank you.
Previously, they're obscured, and now you'd be able to see 16 Chambers and the Palmer Square buildings in the distance. We also wanted to see what it was like between the properties. So we walked onto the lot of 22 Chambers. You can see 20 Nassau building in the back of, you can see 22, excuse me. You can see 20 Nassau building, the back of the historic structure there, plus the 3-story section, which is still a substantial building. So there's the historic component there on Nassau Street, and then this is the 3-story piece in front. And afterwards, you can see that the building having a lower wall height, the property line, and stepping back to allow for more light and air on the Bank Street side. So let's just go back and forth. So the building is substantially stepping back. Let's get closer still. So we're still behind the 22 Chambers building. You can now see the backyard of 16 Chambers with its 2 trees, okay, and the tree that will be removed. The 20 Nassau Street building, the back of the Chase building, and the gun building. There are 5 windows currently facing out on the north facade of 20 Nassau Street. So you see 5 windows. Afterwards, the hotel, you will still be able to see the back of the Chase building and the back of the gun building. Those are still there. You will still see only 5 windows of 20 Nassau Street. They're here. Maybe a glimpse of maybe 2 more. Again, the hotel steps back away from the Bank Street properties and has a lower wall. Stepping back, creating more light and more air, the 32-foot high wall drops to 20 feet and the entire structure steps back 14 feet 10 inches at the corner. From the corner of the building to the corner of the lot, it will step back 25 feet 8 inches. So let's just look back. And so from here, okay, to there. So it steps back substantially. And you still have these trees that act as a buffer behind 16 Chambers. There was some discussion from the neighbors about mass and scale of the new building, and we thought we should take a look at the context that is being placed. The existing Nassau streetscape shows the 5-story, 60+ foot structure as it exists now relative to the church, which is taller, and its other neighbors. Please note the red line at the top here. Okay, you can see the relative context. And you can also note that 44 Nassau Street, which is the next building down the block, right, which would have just been out of view, also drops back up as a 5-story building, 60-foot plus structure on Nassau. When looking at Chambers Street streetscape, the predominant height on the street is the 60-foot plus, the 60+ feet of Nassau. You also have the church, which is behind us, and 22 chambers. So these 3 structures really create the predominant height and scale of the street, which is what the red line indicates. The new building fits within this scale and height of these streetscapes. Please note the red line again. In addition, the new rooftop mechanical systems cannot be seen from below, even from across the street, as you see from these sight lines. Right here and here. Members of the HPC did note that the building should not step down next to 16 chambers, but rather maintain the scale of the street. Here's the before view of Chambers Street. And the after view does show the building getting taller, but really also realigning with its neighbors in the context of Chambers Street. So now you see it realigning here with 22 chambers. And again, removes a deteriorated structure, which is detrimental to the neighborhood, and replaces it with a beautiful hotel structure. The same is true when you look down Chambers from Nassau Street. Here's before and here's after. Michael Mills, you want to mention a couple things here?
Sure. Yeah. One of the reasons I'm so excited about this project is that it saves and provides a vibrant use for an important historic building in Princeton. This is where the Educational Testing Service got its start, but even more importantly, it's where the Institute for Advanced Study got its start. And the well-known mathematician Oswald Veblen, who was one of Einstein's best friends, had his office in 20 Nassau for many years. And I'm sure Einstein was a frequent visitor. Just in looking at the streetscape, I believe this project fits really well into the Princeton Historic District and in the town, and it will be a good neighbor to the neighborhood. I think I can leave it there, Josh.
Thanks. The building resolves accessibility issues along the street. It resolves floor level issues within the building, which would not be possible if the existing structure was to remain, and presents a handsome street face to a street that has historically been a detrimental afterthought on Chambers Street streetscape, which we now know Chambers Street will be the new address for the hotel. So not only will it no longer be an afterthought, but it's going to be, a primary entry. This building is a valuable asset for our community. It is scaled and formed in a sensitive manner to maximize the utility of the site and by providing a use that is needed in our downtown. The site-sensitive intervention contributes a desirable visual landscape through creative development techniques and a sensitivity of scale by maintaining the roof line and by creating the 2 visually consistent volumes of the historic Nassau Street building along Chambers Street. The completed hotel will add to the rich architectural quilt that is downtown Princeton while improving the way the 20 Nassau Street building addresses Bank Street. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh. Our next up will be Tim Ryan. We thought it would be helpful to provide a little bit of information on the marketing and why Graduate Hotel thought this site was such a prime location.
Perfect. Thanks, Christopher. I'm
And
Tim Ryan.
Tim, you were sworn in last time, correct?
Yes, I was just going to say.
You're still under oath. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Thanks. Good evening, everybody, and board members especially. Thank you for your time and your thoughtful consideration of this project. I don't have any slides, and I'm going to be pretty quick. As Christopher mentioned, there's just a handful of talking points I wanted to help address. First, I wanted to address some questions raised around the Princeton hotel market overall, the rationale for this specific project, and then I'd like to quickly touch on a few key points about our company and our process, the path we've taken to get where we are here today, the evolution of our project design, and what we recommend and propose for your final consideration and hopefully your approval here tonight. So we'll jump in. Over the past 6 years, we at AJ Capital have developed and opened 28 graduate hotels across the United States. And today we have more than a dozen new graduate hotels under various stages of development in the United States and the United Kingdom. Both within the graduate portfolio and across the broader AJ portfolio, we've demonstrated excellence time and again in a variety of key disciplines that are particularly relevant here. Those include historic preservation and restoration, adaptive reuse, ground up construction, thoughtful approach to urban infill developments, and overall what we bring is a very unique and lauded, authentic, design-driven approach to placemaking. Ultimately, our vision for Graduate Princeton, it just feels like the most incredible confluence of all those various disciplines, a really exciting and promising intersection of those various disciplines. As with everything we do, we approach this project with a very thorough and diligent approach to market research. We have to know the supply and demand dynamics inside out. We have to understand the competitive landscape of other hotels. And then of course, the drivers that align with what our guests need and want, their preferences and their desired experiences in particular. So, we closely studied all 20 or so of the mid-scale and upscale hotels in the greater Princeton region. What I mean by that is basically everything but, motels. And that means digging into analysis and occupancy levels, room rates, and then weighing other key factors like each property's location, quality, design, brand, amenities, food and beverage program, and of course, convenience and walkability, or a total lack thereof. That's really the overarching theme in the greater Princeton hotel landscape. And as we all know, downtown Princeton only has one hotel. The market is just wildly underserved. Consequently, I don't know how many folks know this, but it's interesting to share. Every month, tens of thousands of room nights are steered to the hotels along Route 1 because of this major lack of inventory. And what that means is all these hotels that use Princeton in their name, but are not actually in Princeton, are capturing all this demand, and the municipality is missing out on literally millions of dollars in annual tax revenues. And further, the Princeton community, and especially the downtown community and those local businesses there, are missing out on the enormous economic impact that those tens of thousands of visitors per month would have. And so this is an ongoing, long-standing problem and missed opportunity that we're very eager to help remedy. Zooming in now to our particular location at Nassau and Chambers, we view it as absolutely ideal for a great hotel, what we believe will be an iconic hotel and something that everyone in town is really proud of. The location is convenient. It's as walkable as you can get. It's right in the CBD. It's intuitively connected to the heartbeat of downtown and of course the university campus, which is a very important combination here and something we're used to really across all the markets that we serve. So with this location, I want to highlight and remind everybody that, our guests in particular are hungry for rich experiences. And what that means is they want to put their bag down and walk out our front door and go shop and eat and drink and buy art and catch a show, catch a ball game. And all that spells is a tremendous amount of activity and patronage for local businesses. And we've seen this time and again in all of our hotel markets, and particularly in the graduate hotel markets. It's incredible. So not only will these really passionate, experience-driven guests be stimulating and supporting the economy, they're going to elevate it. They're going to redefine the potential of what it means to run a business in downtown Princeton. And that's really, really exciting, and something that we feel is really been rewarding to watch happen in our other markets. I'll let John McDonough, our planner, go into more detail around specifics on economic impact figures and data points. But I'd like to share with you that, we estimate very conservatively over $7 million a year of new economic impact downtown, from a very conservative estimate of what our guests would spend while they're eating, drinking, buying art, and making memories in town and on campus. So that's certainly significant, and all of those dollars are tied to occurrences that occur, outside of our walls for the benefit of other businesses in town. And speaking of just supporting local businesses, certainly from day one, it was a key priority and objective for us to preserve the retail businesses that exist and are housed along Nassau Street. We know it took a long time for that district along Nassau to really extend west to where it is today. We see it as a really vital part of Princeton's walkability and urban scape. And frankly, we're grateful for the opportunity to help those tenants who are struggling for all the obvious reasons survive this unprecedented, challenging time. And we look forward to supporting them on the road ahead to brighter days. And more broadly, I do want to remind folks that when we conceived this vision, the world was in a very, very different place. Obviously, a lot has changed, but we're still here. Here we are. Sadly, today, travel, tourism, hospitality, restaurants, bars, retail, events, these things are on life support. And it's been this way for almost a year. And we see some glimmers of hope on the horizon, but there's certainly no end in sight. And I just want to highlight that for this project, we have never stopped moving forward. We've never slowed our pace. And I'm sure, I know that a lot of people would call us crazy for that. But despite this unprecedented crisis, here we are. We're fully capitalized. We're fully committed to realizing this vision. And this is something that we know will create roughly 100 permanent jobs, in addition to that significant economic impact from our guests that I mentioned outside of. And also, I'll steal a little bit of John's thunder and also share that we project within our walls about $1.1 million a year of economic impact just by virtue of the hotel existing. And that, of course, is projecting to grow over time. That $1.1 million is a combination of hotel tax revenues, the sales tax on food and beverage, and the net increase to our projected property taxes relative to what the municipality is getting today. So we think that's really significant, and we hope that that's appreciated. And I appreciate the opportunity to share that detail. And then just last, with regard to the evolution of our project, I did want to remind the board, because this has been a long road and there's been a lot to keep track of. Our original vision for this project included 191 rooms. And in direct response to the feedback we got from SPRAD, HPC, and of course our neighbors, we've made several concessions and adjustments to the project design. And that's why the latest plan iteration you see shows just 178 rooms. These design changes we've contemplated along the way, they're certainly a reflection of the spirit of how we want to act and lead as a thoughtful and respectful local stakeholder, and certainly be sensitive to the voices of other local stakeholders. But they've also impacted the project budget substantially. And as with any project, there are constraints and limitations we have to adhere to, in order to maintain economic viability. So with that in mind, we would like to ask the board to please consider a minor but important adjustment tonight, which would take us from 178 to 180 rooms. And I'll caveat, again, this is still 11 rooms fewer from where we started. And that's, in our business, a very, very impactful change. And to be clear, this minor adjustment constitutes a simple reconfiguration of some interior walls. There is no expansion of the building footprint horizontally or vertically. There's no increase to square footage. There's no increase to FAR. It's purely an internal reconfiguration. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. So I should probably say his title is Chief Investment Officer. We said that last time, but I just wanted to remind the board. Our next up is John McDonough. He's been sworn in as our landscape architect and our planner. And although John had testified and talked about the master plan and how it fosters an economically healthy downtown area, I wanted him to get into a little bit more of the details because, you know, he talked about the economic driver, but we kind of glossed over some of the facts. So I thought we would go to him next.
So
John?
hi, everyone.
Oh.
John McDonough for the record.
And you were sworn in before, John. You still remain under oath.
Yes, license status has not changed, either landscape architect or planner, and I recognize I'm still under oath. So just piggybacking off of what Tim had said and tying the board to what I had said at the outset in terms of the project positives here. And one of the pillars of your master plans, one of the primary goals is to have this economically viable downtown. And in fact, to quote it says, ensuring an economically healthy downtown is one of the core goals of the master plan. And we touched upon that generally, and I would like to give the board a little more specificity in terms of some numbers to get your arms around with respect to the economic impact of what this particular hospitality and lodging land use will have on the downtown. And not only this land use, but this particular user as well, and the aspect of the use that would be, I'll say, hooked to any of relief here. This is certainly going to be an economic anchor for the downtown, an economic engine, an economic catalyst that is certainly going to spur economic development and have a very positive ripple effect in the area. We're looking at direct economic benefits, we're looking at indirect economic benefits, and we're looking at induced economic benefits here. And to put some numbers to all three of those points, what does that mean? First, with respect to economic benefits that are direct. As you just heard, $100 million investment in the downtown, 7-figure rateable to the community when you add up the property tax and the hotel tax. This is a land use that has a separate tax on top of it. And then, of course, the project will be a multi-million-dollar economic engine for the downtown and downtown business as well. And how do I get there? And how did Tim get there with the $7 million in annual local spending? Well, I think simple math gets us there. If we assume, use a number, we're using round numbers here, 180 rooms at $100 per room per day spent in the downtown, gets us to that $6.57 million infusion of local spending into the downtown. As you've heard, the nature of this hotel is experiential driven. The essence of this particular brand is to discover Princeton. It's not to stay inside and hang out in the hotel, but it is pure immersion in the community that it is integrated with. There's not an inviting restaurant on the inside. There's not a place where people would congregate on the inside for long term. This is a land use and an end user that wants you to get out and, again, immerse in the area in which it's integrated with. As I said, no sit down, no hotel sit down restaurant, a room service. The land use, the end user wants people to get out and explore. I said $100 per day, which I think is certainly reasonable given the context of downtown spending in Princeton. But if we knock that back to $50 per day, the additional annual spending is then $3.3 million a year. Or even if each room only spends $30 per day, the additional local spending is still $2 million in additional annual revenue in the downtown. And this revenue calculation can apply a very simple averaging. Sure, we can have vacancies, but they would be offset by multiple guests in the room. I'm just assuming one person per room to get my $30 or $50 or $100 per day. This doesn't even count the workers of the hotel. You heard about 100 jobs who would also be spending money in the downtown. So those are the direct benefits that I think the board can hook some real and reasonable numbers to. In terms of indirect economic benefits, this comes into the whole ripple effect. The project is going to support the businesses that provide the services to the downtown. For example, suppliers delivery services, cleaning services, maintenance, and building management all will be beneficiaries of the direct benefits to the downtown. So again, we look at a ripple effect here in terms of indirect economic benefits on top of the direct economic benefits. And then, of course, there's the very difficult to measure induced economic benefits. And we like to use the phrase that the project will have a binary, immeasurable economic effect by word of mouth marketing. Positive reviews and simple word of mouth referrals are, as we all know, the most effective form of local advertising. If we look at the Nielsen Group, the same group that told us how many people watched the Super Bowl yesterday, they estimate 92% of people trust recommendations from friends and family over any other types of advertising. So if people come here, they are telling other people to come here as well, which again is right on point with what the master plan wants. So all of the above is more specificity that the project will support the master plan goal to bring consumers to the downtown. Fiscally and economically, this project is going to be a substantial net positive for the community. And on top of all of that, the project will produce even more economic benefits during construction. Direct, indirect, and induced jobs during construction includes the workers, the drivers, the suppliers, all of the above that will be there after construction as well. Not to mention the municipal fees that are associated with inspections and approvals and plan compliance. And of course, utility fees in terms of initial hookup fees and annual flow fees that go thereafter. So again, both during construction and after construction, these numbers and the testimony that I've just given will support the fact that this will support the master plan and be an economic anchor, engine, and catalyst for the downtown. That's all I have on direct, Christopher.
Thank you, John. And I'm just about to get to our next witness to go through the evolution of the plan and some current ideas. I did want to pause here because you said something and I did want to bring it up because you mentioned this and we had it in our prior testimony, but I'm not sure if everyone fully understood that we are proposing the hotel with this big lobby area, and we talked about a restaurant. We indicated it was not a full service restaurant. So what does that mean? There's no waiters, there's no waitresses. It's a counter service. You've seen it at Starbucks. You basically walk in. When you come in and you have tables in that area, that's not designed for a restaurant. It's for people that want to come off the street and use the internet. It's for people staying at the hotel that need a table to set up. I wanted to make that clear because, you know, we had these questions about impacts of a restaurant with traffic, and it's just not the case. Also, as John just went through, the rooms don't have food service to the rooms. You can't order something and have it brought up. Basically, you go down to the lobby and you can get a Danish or a sandwich or a prepackaged good, a bottle of water. So a lot of the times, as John was talking about, you're going to get economic impacts from people walking outside and into the neighborhood to eat, drink, you know, have lunch, dinner. I mean, they may get a breakfast sandwich here, but, you know, they'll have, chances are they're staying for lunch and dinner. They're going to be out in the downtown area. So with that being said, or clarify.
Excuse me, let me, Chris, if you don't mind,
Sure.
while we're on the topic, you do have a large kitchen on the first floor.
Yes, that's all prepped. They make the food, they pack, like if you want a grilled panini, they put the paninis together, then they bring it out to the counter, and then people walk up to the counter and say, I want a soda and a panini, and they basically take it out and put it there. If you take a look at some of the Graduate Hotel websites, you could see that the menus and the services. It's like we said, not a full-scale restaurant.
Okay, that's fine.
There's no room service either. I
Okay,
just want to clarify that because I don't think it really got across. People said it, but you know, it didn't seem like everybody understood.
I actually think, excuse me, I actually think though, that at the very beginning, you spoke of it as a destination restaurant, that people would be drawn in there to have a drink. So I don't know whether your plan changed, but I do remember that you spoke of that to begin with. And I think that's where some of the confusion now has come.
I thought George said it was not a destination restaurant. Exactly. Oh, I'm sorry, someone's getting feedback. I think we testified it's not a destination restaurant. The hotel is a destination place for people to gather and enjoy, like a living room, but it's not something that people say, oh, I'm gonna go to, you know, this grab and go for dinner. It's not that kind of
No.
place.
Right.
So maybe that was confusing in terms of our testimony, but I think the testimony from us was it's not a destination restaurant.
Didn't I also hear you say something about a bar?
Yes, there's a bar downstairs. And again, the information there was looking at capacity, fire code capacity, and people were talking about 160 people. But let's take a look at the facts. How big is it? That basement bar is 1,537 square feet. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, look at Jam and Crepes. That's 1,860 square feet. So the basement bar is actually smaller than Jam and Crepes. Sacred Coffee and Local Greek are above it. They actually occupy the space above. That's 1,779 square feet. So you're looking at a basement bar that when you add in the bar, the refrigeration, storage, back of house, whatever in there, you're looking at like whatever you can fit into Jam and Crepes. What is that, 40, 60 people at max? I'm not even sure, but it's realistically, that's the numbers that you're looking at. It's not going to be this big dance club because it's limited by size. And by the way, from a traffic standpoint, you got Sacred Coffee closes at 4:30, Jam and Crepes closes at 4, Morning Glory closes at 6. That's 3,608 square feet of first floor retail that's going to be closed before that other place even opens or gets moving. And it's just it's just serving drinks like a speakeasy. But so again, I think that was really kind of glossed over, or at least didn't really sink in terms of when our guys testified. Okay, if there's no questions on that, I'd like to bring up Brooke Core from the architect team.
Yes,
And you were sworn in and qualified last time?
yes, I was.
Okay, and we have a new, another exhibit. This was marked, this was not marked yet. It was provided on the website. I'm not sure what it was identified on the website.
I think it was A2A.
Okay, A2A, and
Yeah.
we were thinking of this as A3, but we could say on the website as A2A.
And that's called Design Evolution.
That is correct. Thank you,
Okay.
Karen.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we did a very poor job of is telling you sort of how we got where we were today. We've been working on this project for over a year, and it's had a tremendous amount of revisions and changes. And we sort of started at where we were and didn't show the whole evolution. I think we wanted to spend a few minutes to really explain to the board as to why we are where we are now and what happened sort of to get us there. And also where we want to go and what other ideas we have. So Brooke, if you may, again, I just want to remind you, you sworn in. And if you could identify the sheets as you go through, and not for the beginning, but as we get to some of the exhibits that you spend some time on.
Sure. Yeah, so just to reiterate, again, this is really an illustration of how far our design has evolved. And that's based on all of the different parties that we've presented to over this past year. And so our community outreach starting just now, about a year ago, where we first had a meet and greet at Sacred Coffee. And then the zoning board process starting with our submission, followed by presentations at SPRAB and at HPC, and now going on our fourth zoning board presentation. And so all the while, we've been making changes based on all these board comments, but not only that, you'll see on the right, how involved we've kept our local community. And so this is a look at all of the meetings and outreaches that we've had with our local community. And so we've not only made the changes based on the board's responses, but we've also incorporated our community and responses and comments as well. And so that's really led us to this design that we're excited about because it's been fully informed at this point by the town of Princeton. And so just looking again at the back of the building on Bank Street, something that we were really eager to improve upon. From the beginning, we knew how impactful our Bank Street property was going to be to our neighbors. And so it was included in our submission. Sorry. So included in our very first submission, we proposed removing that pavement for a lawn and also infilling the sidewalk curb and repairing the sidewalk to both sides as required. Here's a look at that Bank Street facing facade that was originally submitted. It originally had 191 guest rooms, and that was based on the zoning code typo that said that there was either a 0-foot or a 10-foot setback required at an R4 zone.
Actually, just for the record, it said, I just want to make sure it's clear. I can read it. So the original online version of the ordinance, which was downloaded by the zoning team that did an analysis, myself and the architect, all downloaded the section. It said, no yard required. However, if a yard is provided, it shall not be less than 10 feet. So that's what the online ordinance said at the time. It's been, I think, since they did the update and the new website, I believe it's been fixed. So maybe the current one has been changed so that it now reads 10 feet. But the original one, has the no yard required.
Right. And then this was, in the comments was brought to our attention. And so we then decided to remove those guest rooms to provide a 10-foot setback above the height of the existing non-conforming wall that is currently at the property line, so as to not make it higher than what is currently there today. And so this is then now our revised design that was resubmitted back in April. Leading up to our SPRAB presentation, we started having virtual community meetings with our neighbors to keep them involved. And a big topic of discussion at this point was that, Bank Street lawn and what we were planning for this. And so, we expressed that we did not ever plan to use it as a driveway or any form of exit, and that it would be a lawn. And through discussions with them, we agreed to provide additional trees to that area to further improve it. And so then this was the proposed design as presented at SPRAB. SPRAB had agreed with the extension of all of the stories of the existing south building all the way to the north, given that the proposed building is within that height limit. They did, however, suggest that we eliminate the 2 rooms on that second floor from the northwest corner of the building, and suggested that the zoning board consider allowing that 0-foot setback just for the extension of the stormwater management and the supports of the support of the auto court to allow it to perform properly. And so we did make these revisions.
So just to clarify, so we started with 191 rooms. We reduced it and left the 2 rooms there because we felt that it was better than the existing condition, that even though it triggered a variance, it was lower, slightly lower than what was there, and improved the aesthetics. And then SPRAB asked us to remove. We were agreeable to that, which brought the count down to 178. As you heard from Tim, we're asking the board to allow us to bring that number up to 180. So it would be 180 keys. And that's all internally. Essentially, it's taking 2 suites and basically adjusting the walls so that they're no longer suites. And instead of 2 suites, we'll have something like 4 rooms in that place. So It would be an internal tweaking and would bring the count up to 180. Thank you.
Excuse me, I just want to ask Derek a question. Derek, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, was in fact the 0-foot setback, was that just an error in the online version of the zoning ordinance, or was that in fact the case?
It was an error.
Okay, so there was no 0 setback at that point.
No, I mean, if you read the online ordinance, you would believe that, but there's a required a 10-foot setback when it borders a residential zone, which was in
Okay.
the code book, so.
So the 190 rooms could have never been built.
Not without variances, correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, Christopher.
Sure. Brooke, back to you.
Okay. So again, we removed those rooms, and this is now, this was the proposed design. Another comment from SPRAB was actually that they suggested we reduce the height of our screen walls by at least 2 feet. But since this directly affects our Bank Street neighbors, we actually brought this decision to them, and they confirmed that they do prefer that 10-foot height wall, and so we plan to maintain the 10 feet as drawn. Following that, at another virtual community meeting, we discussed the materiality of these acoustical metal screen walls for that auto court, and our neighbors requested it actually be a solid masonry wall for better performance. And so we made that revision as well. Our neighbors requested that we look into adding greenery at that rear wall to help break it up. And so in discussions with our 11th and 13th Bank Street neighbor, we have agreed to provide what they desire for their green wall system and what they desire for their planting systems. And then we're also in discussions with our other neighbors for what their preferences might be as well. Following that, some members from our team had a more intimate meeting with our 11th, 13th Bank Street neighbor and their representative, Carlos Rodriguez. And that was to walk through more specific, site-specific impacts to them as they are our direct neighbors. And so at this meeting, we had proposed this as of right design option, which is very similar to that 22 Chambers Street option that's down the street that their neighbors are experiencing. And so not only would this reduce the height of the wall at that property line, it would also eliminate the need for that variance at the R4 zone because the entire building is now set back at least 10 feet from that R4 zone. This would also reduce our zoning square footage, although it would also reduce our stormwater management coverage. And our neighbor preferred our current design. And that's because, of course, it provides optimal protection from our auto court. And we did discuss that we would be able to replace their existing green wall. As you'll see in that picture, they have a beautiful green wall growing on our existing wall right now. And so through construction, we plan to remove that existing green wall and then add, per their preference, a new green wall system with their preferred plantings.
So for the record, we're on page 52. We're going to 53 next.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. So slide 53. So we had another virtual community meeting. We discussed that northwest property corner where we plan to remove that damaged tree. And I do believe that a municipal arborist has also confirmed and verified what our experts believed was damaged, and they also agree that it is a damaged tree. At this point, we have removed this abandoned utility pole. And we previously had at that northwest property corner, we previously had that wall following the property line. And it was requested by the neighbors just to provide a little bit of relief and to square it off. And so we did, we squared it off and now have provided 29 square feet of additional relief to our neighbors. And so slide 57, we looked at the assembly of that wall that directly blocks the driveway entrance. We proposed 3 different options: a 10-foot masonry wall, a mix of a 10-foot masonry wall with the 10-foot metal screen, or the continuing that 20-foot masonry wall all the way across. And it was preferred for one of the assembly to be the full 20-foot height, because that would not only block all of the headlights, but again, it would provide additional green wall surface for us to install that green wall system that we plan to install on our neighbor's behalf. We discussed, our neighbors requested that we look at fully enclosing the auto court and increasing the height of the wall further to provide an even more optimal buffer from that hotel auto court in the pickup and drop off area. And so slide 59 shows the changes that we made and then presented to HPC, showing that fully enclosed auto court. And again, as you've heard previously, this is the preferred acoustical option. Following HPC, it was noted by HPC and our neighbors that we introduce more design features to this rear wall to help break it up. You've seen our incorporation of the green wall. And then we've also discussed strategies with our neighbors, additional strategies such as art murals or potentially adding windows, neither of which were actually preferred by our neighbors. And so ultimately we landed on incorporating some type of brick detailing to help break this wall up. And so you see two examples on the screen, one, the brick reveal on the left, and then the brick coursing on the right. We started to incorporate the stone basing details and the wall coping details, and our neighbors liked the brick reveal detail best, so that's what we incorporated into the design. Again, we discussed, Sprab had noted that they suggested that we consider a similar transition to that full height brick on the historic building, rather than continuing the metal panels in the mansard around that 5th floor. We thought that the continuing the mansard and the metal panels at that 5th floor actually helps to break that rear wall up. But, again, decided to bring it to Bank Street. Maybe they preferred the other option, but they agreed with us. And so we maintained that mansard and continuing the metal panels around that 5th floor just to help break up that rear wall. And so then this is a look at the design as it was been informed by the board and by our community. We also, added more to our landscape plan. Previously, you saw at one of the previous virtual community meetings, our addition of the trees. We committed to adding additional plantings to flank that parking lot and try and block some of that for our neighbors. HPC was supportive of our sustainable features, including our green wall, our green roof, and our stormwater management cover. And they actually suggested installing additional green roof features. And so we incorporated low to no maintenance ornamental grasses at that 2nd floor height. And so,
yeah, let me pause here for a second. So, Mr. Chair, I think this is sort of where we left off with our comments going through October 2020. Since then, we've had, I guess this is 3 other zoning board hearings. A number of questions have been raised. You yourself asked us to take a look or ask questions involving the core of the building and if we could move it. So we dusted off the plans again and took a serious look at that. Originally, and Brooke will talk to this about it in a little bit, we had looked at it earlier, and some of the reasons why we couldn't do it was eliminated because of the elimination of additional rooms having to do with fire access and so on, and she'll get into the details. But at this point, and listening to your questions and concerns, like I said, we took another look at this, and we are proposing some additional changes as of today. So I'll have Brooke go through our idea and what we've looked at and what we're proposing now.
Excuse me.
Before you do,
Oh,
before
yeah.
you do, I have a question.
Sure, sure.
You know, from listening to Brooke Core, are you representing that Scrab is okay with this design that's currently on the screen and the setback issue?
I don't know.
Because all I have in front of me is their report where it says Scrab strongly recommends that the applicant set back the entire northwest wing, blah, blah, blah. And they basically said they don't support approving a variance on the setback.
Yeah, so Michael, that was done early. We can't represent one way or another that statement, but what we can say is that SPRAB was sort of the first meeting out and a lot has changed. So SPRAB didn't realize that there is, barring, 22 chambers as the example, there's a way to remove the variance. What they did say is, if you look at the paragraph under that at a minimum, take away the rooms. So they asked us to evaluate that issue. And then if we couldn't do that bottom, take a look at removing the second floor to minimize that impact. And that's what we did. So and at that time, we had not done, I don't think we've done all of the circulation. So we didn't, we know now what we need with the travel court in terms of circulation and to make that work. So they didn't have all that information. But if you read those two paragraphs together, and that's really what was presented at the meeting, was take a look at removing the variance, see if you could shift the whole thing back, at a minimum, take away those two rooms. So we did do the evaluation after, and we did take away those two rooms, and they had none of the information with regard to a fully conforming plan, either keeping the existing wall, so there's no new variance, or completely removing a variance condition by following the 22 chamber design and just making that a wall. Because essentially we don't have a building there. It's a protective wall. And then once we enclose it, it's essentially the building. So that's how I would respond to that.
Well, okay, I was aware of this, of the second at least condition, as they say, but the strength of the wording of comment number 12 regarding the variance stands on its own. And I was just wondering if you were representing that they've changed that position.
No, what I'm saying is those were read together to us when they were commenting on it.
Okay.
It wasn't isolated by itself. It was actually.
Because,
yeah.
I read that, and I also read the historic preservation, which also said they don't support the variance being granted. So
And
it seemed at odds in what Ms. Core was saying.
Yeah. And at historic, they had a little bit more information, but then again, we did not discuss or go through how we could remove the variance by reducing the wall, because essentially the building's not there. The building and rooms are all set back 10 feet. They didn't know, they didn't have that. And we were also working under we didn't clarify that the mezzanines were less than the 7 feet and therefore not stories. And they were under the assumption that there was also height variances. So both the HPC and the SPRAB reports identify variances that are not there.
Okay.
So that was all part of that discussion. Sorry about that. Okay. So, as I was saying, Mr. Chair asked us to take a closer look, and we have some things we would like to share with the board now in terms of our current proposal.
Excuse me, one question. The two modifications that were on the website that you submitted, is that what you're talking about now, or had there been further changes since those?
I'm not sure. You mean what website? You mean the municipal website?
Yes.
Yeah, so the next slide is on the municipal website, and that's what we're going to use to talk about our changes.
Okay, those are the most recent changes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So Brooke,
Wait,
you
wait,
want to
quick,
take it away?
Christopher, just one question. What is it identified as on the website? Because
It's the
we have,
exhibit that we're talking about right now. We're going to go from page 71 to 72, and 72 will show you what we're proposing, or at least graphically allow us to talk about what we're proposing.
okay, but you're saying that that was provided?
Before the last hearing,
Yeah,
we expected to be able to provide some information that we've discussed this evening, our 5 or 6 witnesses. At the last meeting, additional things were said and we took them to heart. And since then, we've been working on it. So we did make a couple of changes. So because those initial exhibits before last meeting were never used, we resubmitted the exhibits with the 1-page change, just so we have something. So we essentially changed what was originally there to incorporate our new idea, because it was not part of the record yet. And now, tonight, for the first time, we're marketing it into evidence, and it was provided on the website.
as Exhibit A2?
Whatever that,
Because you've only got 2 exhibits. You've got Exhibit
That's correct.
A1, and then you've got A2A, A2B.
yeah, yes.
Okay, so you're saying that, I'm assuming this would be in the one that's site context or the one that's design evolution?
It's the one that's design evolution. So I'm
Okay.
not sure if it's A or B.
It's A, that's fine.
I
Okay,
didn't put those letters there. I was always just marking this as Exhibit A3 because it's our 3rd exhibit.
okay. Well, since we've been talking about it so far as A2, A, I guess we'll stick with that then. Okay. All right,
So A2A, and
Yeah.
we are about to look at the next page.
okay.
Brooke?
Actually, before we look at the next page, I just wanted to bring up the zoning board presentation from that first night. And just because, you know, as we mentioned that it was brought up on that first night back in December, if we could shift the core. And early on, we had looked at being able to shift the core. And because of the guest rooms being at the property line, the core was actually as far east as it possibly could be, because it was just at that 50-foot maximum dead-end corridor distance by code. And so, you know, after it was brought up back in December, we went back and we reevaluated and had found that since, you know, we have made a lot of changes throughout this whole process, and including reducing the amount of rooms, going from, you know, 191 and down to 180 and then down to 178, where we removed these 2 rooms again at the property line, so that all of the guest room floors from the 2nd to the 5th floor are now fully set back that 10 feet from that R4 zone. And so since those were removed, that actually allows us to shift the core. We found 3 foot 7 inches. And so now I'll go back to the design evolution presentation on slide 72. And so now this is a look at the alternate plan that we're proposing. And this is showing with the core shift of that 3 foot 7 inches east. You know, we did have to revise the size and efficiencies of the lobby and the back of house spaces and losing some of that efficiency there. But by maintaining the auto court maneuvering clearances required, and then we were able to, and then we kinked that back wall, providing the maximum amount of relief that we could to that back northwest corner. And so now that wall actually is set back 8 feet from that northwest corner and providing a 206 square feet of space behind that wall. This actually, in discussions with our landscape architect, gives us the ability to actually add back a new tree in that area to replace that one that we needed to remove. We would be incorporating a 6 foot high wood privacy fence along the property line, and then would be continuing that 20-foot wall, masonry wall design, just continuing that all the way across, which would also include continuing the green wall across there as well. And then back here, we plan to just incorporate low maintenance green ground coverage.
So, excuse me, so along the property line at the diagonal of the triangle, that's
Mhm.
going to be a 6-foot wood fence?
That's correct.
Okay, and then the wall, that 20-foot wall going from the 8-foot at the northern end, tapering to basically 0 at the end of the First Bank Street property.
Correct.
Okay.
And so, you know, so this relief, so in addition, by providing this relief, however, though, we do lose 1 staging space. So previously we did have 9 spaces for cars to stage and ensure that we were not queuing on Chambers Street. So instead of 9 spaces, we're now down to 8 spaces. And then also, this would impact our parking in the basement below, losing 4 spaces. So instead of being able to provide 80 valet parking spaces below, we now actually could only provide 76 parking spaces. And so, but however, you know, we think that this is a good compromise to maintain the required efficiencies and operations of the hotel. As you know, you heard Tim and John speak previously, but then also would provide additional relief to our neighbors, you know, as much as we possibly can back in that area.
Let me ask a question. Looking at the turning radii shown there, is there an absolute need to taper that to 0 at that, let's call it the easternmost boundary there, or the westernmost intercept right there? Or can that wall run parallel to the property line? You may not be able to achieve 10 feet, but you're not going to taper it to 0.
There, so we did perform the AutoCore maneuvering, similar to what you saw previously in the testimony, which included cars pulling in and out of all of these spaces. And you know, it's not shown here, but in order for cars to be able to pull out and move into the down below or to continue circulating, we did need, you know, a majority of this space.
All right.
We could have our traffic engineer talk about it, but that's a pinch point, that corner, because it's more narrow there. And that's why it's shown that way. We pushed it to every inch at this point.
I am concerned about the wall. And just while we're talking about it now, going back upstairs to the redesign of the core to allow the shift to 3.7 feet based on the dead end corridor. Again, and I don't want to, it's not my place to redesign anything, but part of that dead end corridor is the fact that the guest room entry doors are at the back. They're at the furthest western point. If those rooms were just mirrored and those doors could be 10 feet closer to Chambers Street. I mean, if they were just reworked, that hallway can be cut back, which would allow that further shift of the core and with no impact at that point of the rooms at that lower level, which is, it's a thought and a suggestion, but it would allow that wall at that westernmost wall to move back in.
Yeah, and actually we did discuss that, and we kept it this way because of the efficiency of the bathrooms and stacking our bathrooms here, needing that continuous space all the way to the roof, the continuous shafts. And then also the further that we shift now at this point, as I highlighted before, we've already lost space in the lobby and have lost space in that back of house, lost a lot of back of house space and a lot of the efficiency there. So any further we move this core, we're again eating more and more into the efficiencies of the hotel and the ability to operate optimally.
Well, okay, but you're also solving a variance issue, or at least going to minimize the variance issue. So, okay, please continue.
Well, I'm not sure, Steve. I think we could remove the variance altogether by creating just the fence there and taking out that wall. But that's not a preferred plan because we want to protect the neighborhood as much as possible. So even if you take a look at what we're proposing, it is a vast improvement over the 32-foot wall that's on the line right now. If you're in any of those properties looking up, you got 32 to 35 feet where it bumps up over the parking lot wall there, and it's an ugly wall. Our reduction to 20 feet is a tremendous benefit. We're reducing the nonconformity in that area. And now with this latest change, we're shifting it back even further, and we're going to be able to put some trees, we're increasing pervious, and that gives us enough room to really do a nice green wall there from the bottom up and not from the top down. So we think it's a really nice and vast improvement to what's there.
But it's still possible to shift that further. I recognize the lobby and the compromise, but again, you have a 20-foot wall basically tapering, going from 0 to 8 foot back along that western edge. And although this is, somewhat of a compromise, I believe it could go further. I'm not asking for the redesign of the whole hotel, but I think that this encroachment there can be alternatives to it. All right. That's my comment.
All right, do we have, let me just.
And then I think I pass it over to Pablo.
Yeah, so just let me summarize. So this proposed plan is not ideal for a number of reasons. It makes the turning movement tighter. It removes one of our valet spaces, so it makes it a little less efficient. In downstairs where the parking spaces are set up, we lose 4 spaces. The luggage area, the lobby's wall is pushed in 1.5 feet. So it's not really a great scenario for the efficiency of the hotel. But we did push it to the limit and looked at every single inch we could do. Once we go beyond that, then we're starting to get into the safety issues and concerns, and we can have George talk to those if you would really like that, Mr. Chair. But we thought this was a really nice way to bring in some more green in the back. And now you have a building where all the rooms are set back 10 feet, adding additional air and light, and it's removing a 32-foot wall and placing this much further in on an angle, I agree, but it's no comparison to the current situation. So we felt very strongly about it. And then Pablo, I guess we're going to have you speak a little bit, and that's all we have for on our current plans. Pablo, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Thank you.
You were sworn in beforehand?
I was, yes.
Okay. You still remain under oath.
Thank you. Just to recap, more things that we've done in conjunction with the Bank Street neighbors. We all know that Bank Street has suffered from parking issues for quite some time. It's a pre-existing condition, that really had nothing to do with this project in the immediate, but it's something that we recognize that we might be able to help Bank Street at least with some vocal support. So we did submit on Bank Street's behalf a letter of support to both the Princeton Permit Parking Task Force and along to council as well. We attended these meetings, we voiced the support, and up to the moment, it seems as though Bank Street will be a part of the permit parking pilot program, which will certainly act as a detriment to anyone trying to park there now or in the future. And this is just something that we thought was right. It was something that we needed to do for them. So yeah, next slide, please, 74. Another, again, going back to concerns that our Bank Street neighbors have said regarding through traffic, the municipality currently has plans to redo a lot of Bank Street, including a raised pedestrian crosswalk, which we believe will act to further deter any potential through traffic as it's made to appear like a more private street, and both residents and non-residents alike will have to think twice before having to turn right onto Bank Street to try to get somewhere. Next slide, please. And just as a recap, we've made a lot of changes, tremendous changes to the design with serious impact to our project budget. But that's okay because it's all directly related to the well-being of our neighbors on Bank Street. We lost 11 rooms. We're changing the address to address their concerns of people going down Bank Street to get to the hotel, relocating the core as we just mentioned, and providing additional relief to that property line with Bank Street. And from the moment the project started, we understood the importance of actively engaging with the local community, but especially our neighbors on Bank Street. We took it upon ourselves to initiate an inclusive dialogue ranging from thoughtful conversations and meetings with municipal staff to fielding direct input from neighbors and residents throughout Princeton. Our efforts are especially evident when it comes to Bank Street. We actively and thoughtfully sought bringing all willing residents into the process. And despite a pandemic, we ensured this process was ongoing with virtual community meetings. And throughout these meetings, we actively listened to their concerns and suggestions made by all the residents. And as a result, we incorporated changes wherever they wanted to see them. And just in summation, I really think the Princeton community here has resoundingly spoken in favor of this project. It's clear that their support isn't just for a great new hotel, but for all the indirect benefits this project will bring to the downtown community and the local economy for generations to come. We thank you for your consideration, and we humbly ask that you approve this application. And we couldn't be more excited to serve and celebrate the Princeton community for many years to come. Thank you very much.
Mr. DeGrazia, just a quick question.
Yep.
Your team, I'm sure in their testimony in some fashion has addressed the comments and recommendations in the advisory board memos, but I think it would be very helpful to the board if you or your team could summarize which conditions or comments you will comply with, or those comments that you think aren't relevant now because you've made changes to your plan. But I think they're going to need that summary, and I think it would be helpful now before we have public comment and before they go into executive session to discuss the application.
Can I ask one question first, before we get to the memos? Christopher, one of the questions that I believe came up at the last meeting was the market and the need for the 178, 180 rooms and what those numbers really were. Do you have any testimony to that?
You mean in terms of whether the market can absorb that amount?
Well, we questioned, I think there was a question as to, what is the number of rooms required that came up last time? And I think it was more of a market question because it goes to a number of different areas, not just, getting into the viability, but getting into, the bulk of the building.
Yeah, so I think that Tim was talking about the marketing analysis for the project. This is a permitted use in the zone. The
Yes.
zone is designed for the use. So with his analysis, we felt that there was a real need and that even at this rate, Tim could talk to it, but even more rooms would be better. The reason why we are talking about the 191 is because when we reviewed the analysis and ordinance and, went in and purchased the property, we did an analysis of what would work. And our financial and underwriting are all based on the 191. So slight deviation, bringing it down to 180 is something that we can work with. And that's why we're proposing that. But like I said, we had done our financial modeling and underwriting based on that number.
Okay, well,
Could I say something? I think just I think that I might not be the only one who would just like to hear how you understand, and this is not my field, hospitality. I've done a little bit of research and I know that people do research and, find out what will work. And I think what you have been saying is what financials would work for you, but I don't think I would be alone in thinking, how are 178 or 180 or 190 rooms suddenly going to be needed in Princeton? And I'm open to hearing that you found out that will work. You did talk about out on Route 1, but if you could say a little bit more about that, because I think all of us want this to be successful. If you come in, I think everybody wants it to be successful. And it would be,
That's Tim. Yep, sure. He can give you a little bit more on that.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's it. It's a big shift from what was there before.
I think also on the same subject, because I thought he was going to give us more. He talked about they looked at other properties regarding quality, design, occupancy, and rental rates, but then he didn't give any specifics on any of that. Compare this property or proposed property with any of the properties he said he looked at, and talked a bit about this is a better quality. I'm not sure it's going to be better quality than the Westin or the Hyatt or the Scanticon. Not everything on Route 1 is, Class C hotels. So none of that was given. So I had the same thought, and also sort of like Steve, there's been some comment. Even Mr. Mills said the applicant has reduced the project to the smallest economically possible. Some of us, maybe all of us, can understand economic feasibility, but you've presented just general statements that I respect you all, but I can also understand numbers, and feasibility and development costs and financing costs and profit margins. And we don't know, or I don't know, how much profit you know, how you get there, but you do make general statements about you've cut it and you've cut into what you originally thought you could put there or hope to put there. The specifics aren't there for me. And the general statements, I don't accept that, just general statements. It doesn't influence me.
I'd like to share Mr. Floyd's opinion on that. On the one hand, I don't think it's my responsibility as a zoning board member to ascertain whether or not a project is going to be successful.
Right.
After being on this board for so many years, I'm coming from a rather cynical point of view that the people that appear before us are trying to get as much as they can out of us as possible. Sadly, we had a commercial thing appear before us before, I think it was the Mason property, where we were, as a board, potentially bamboozled into giving more than we should have because we relied upon a generalized representation that would not be economically feasible for the project to go forward. I don't want to be bamboozled again. You guys are asking for a 30% more than what the existing FAR is on the property there. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm sorry?
This is Josh, okay? You referenced my personal project, okay? And I did not bamboozle the zoning board, everything.
Let's not, Josh, it's valid. Let's not get into that now. Let's just keep this moving.
So, I'm interested. I'm conflicted. I absolutely agree with what Mr. Floyd is saying. You guys are representing that it's not going to be economically viable for you to go forward with less than this project.
So,
and I'm not really in a position to argue that. As a zoning board member, I look at the rules, and you're trying to say to me, look, we can't do it according to your rules because it's not going to be economically viable. I have a real hard time swallowing that.
Well,
so let me. Things, all I want to say is, when you take a look at this project, because of the sensitivity, there's a lot of huge costs. So this is not a just knock down everything and rebuild. This is adaptive reuse. So we're working with a very old building in front, and we have a very sensitive approach to that, a very costly approach. The underground parking is not cheap. This is a huge cost. We could do something without underground parking, but quite frankly, it's just not going to be as effective and as impactful as a driver and as good for the community and as good for the downtown. Building that structured underneath is a huge, huge expense. So you need to have a certain amount of rooms to keep that afloat. It's been our testimony from our financial guys and our clients that these numbers need to work. We need these counts to make it work. I mean, the boards usually don't go into financial, models in terms of testing and evaluation, but it's been our testimony under oath that, this is I don't know about the number, but over $100 million investment. And it is very, very expensive to build. And we have to capitalize, we have to take those costs and be able to show a model that will pay it back. And that's what the testimony was tonight, even though we didn't get into specific numbers, because that's really, that's all, there's a lot of confidential information in terms of what the funding source, all that stuff. But I mean, I've never had a board ask for this.
Mr. DeGrasse, I don't think we need, I'm not asking for it. I understand where Mr. Floyd's coming from. I don't need to know your profit margin. I can only assume that since it's a for-profit enterprise, you're seeking to make a profit, which everybody should by all means. It just comes down to how much and at what cost to us as a community. Again, I don't think that's a discussion that we necessarily have. You're talking about 100 employees and you've got a very small number of parking spaces.
Mr. DeGrazia,
you've got a whole bunch of issues here that we'll discuss, I guess.
Mr. DeGrazia, just I don't want to speak for the board members. They can amply do that. But my sense is that when you talk about providing information on a market study, that perhaps what they were expecting to hear might be testimony about there are so many rooms in the greater Princeton area, that there's a certain amount of population, that you have projection about where your guests will come from or what particularly draws them into Princeton, and that may have been what they were expecting based on market study, not necessarily your client's goal for what they feel is financially feasible. Because I
Well-
appreciate that information, yes, certainly some of that may be confidential, but, and I'll let the board members speak for themselves on this, but I think that market study could lead you to conclude that that is what they would hear, that there is the demand in Princeton based on population, how many rooms, information of that sort that is public information. It's not confidential information.
I think I agree with Karen. I would, when we're talking about the number of rooms, we're not talking about, at least in my opinion, we're not talking about, a significant change from where you're at right now, because again, it goes to bulk of the building, but getting an idea of what the average room occupancy would be annually, things like something without saying whatever you're going to make. Again, I agree with Mr. Tenenbaum. Whatever you make is your business, not mine. But I'm just trying to determine if 180 is the number or if it's 176. That type of thing, because again, that has a bit of an impact on the FAR and on the overall bulk of the building. I think personally, and I don't speak for the board in this regard, I think generally you guys have done an excellent job on this. I think it's a well-designed project. I think it would be good for the community, but there's some things that we need to discuss. And I think the market, some analysis of the number of rooms is in order.
So we can have Tim talk a little bit. Tim, can you just give us a little bit more information? I would point out that it's very similar to the existing hotel in terms of size, just in terms of comparison. So the Nassau Inn has 188 rooms. In addition to the 188 rooms, it also has 13 banquet halls and about 10,000 square feet in meeting spaces. But for room count, this would be, as we proposed with our change, 8 less than the Nassau Inn. Just to give you a comparison.
Who's going to address this now?
Oh, I would have Tim speak. I don't know if he's prepared so Tim, you heard the questions.
Absolutely. I'm trying to keep track of it all. There's a lot to unpack. I'm happy to provide additional context around, again, our process and our strategy. At the top of my initial moment speaking, I made clear that we have opened, not just developed, but completed and opened and currently operate 28 graduate hotels around the United States and have roughly a dozen more under development. So our motto is actually, we are all students, which speaks to the fact that none of us knows everything. We're always learning. I lay that out first to offset the fact that I want to make clear that we know what we're doing. We're experts in this field. We take it extremely seriously. We bear all the risk. No one in their right mind would take on a project of this magnitude and cost and risk without having a great team, very thorough, diligent business plan founded upon data, hard data, and to correct somebody's comment earlier, much of the data is absolutely privileged and confidential market data. It's just not publicly available, and we have to work hard and spend money and buy reports and leverage relationships in order to obtain it. So there is a lot about the nuts and bolts with regard to calculations and analysis that I just can't speak to in great detail. And frankly, I think it would bore you all to death and be impossible to contextualize because it's expert data deep in the weeds. So I'll zoom back out and just make clear that our approach is beyond thoughtful. We're extremely experienced. The project here is urban infill, it's historic preservation restoration, it's mixed use, and it's also ground up, and it's in a dense kind of urban setting in a university market. I mean, we have done that time and again, and we know that every project has new nuances that we always embrace. We try to appreciate, you don't know what you don't know, so hire a really, really great team and think and act like a local stakeholder and understand the local landscape and operate accordingly, which I hope you all will agree has been our approach here all along. But we take this very, very seriously, and it's what we do every day. It's why we get out of bed every day. Frankly, it's hard, and there are probably a lot easier ways to try and make a buck in real estate and in hospitality. But we're extremely passionate about this mission. We really believe in the transformation story and in what it means to serve and celebrate, amazing, unique communities like Princeton for the long haul. So that's kind of a high level way of responding to some of the questions about project feasibility and economics and data and research and what goes into informing how we can do what we can do. With regard to Princeton being so wildly underserved, I would add this as a valuable kind of thought exercise. If you could imagine that we were talking about a piece of real estate where you all would encourage us to build 8 stories and it meant that we could have 250 hotel rooms, we would do it in a heartbeat. I think that's a powerful indicator for the pent-up demand for another real kind of, maybe not full service, but certainly elevated offering and very well located hotel in downtown Princeton, because 90% of the inventory is down off the highway. It's old, it's tired, it's underwhelming, but even if it gets renovated, it's not walkable, it's not memorable, it's not connected to town. It does not encourage folks who come into town for events to stay and extend their time and shop and eat and drink and make memories in Princeton proper. And that's what we're so excited to do, is to fill that void.
So Tim, just to be clear, you think, so in other words, if you were able to put another level and produce this at 250, that would be something that you think the market would easily handle?
Absolutely, absolutely. And as far as helping you all appreciate where we have to set a floor on what makes a project feasible, I mean, a few things, right? So as Christopher mentioned, there is 0 parking on site today. And the current use of office is a higher intensity parking use than hotel. So by converting to hotel, we immediately reduce the use, the intensity of use, and reduce the parking deficiency on site. And from day one, it's been part of our mission, knowing full well that there's sensitivity in town around a perceived parking shortage, was to go above and beyond and incorporate meaningful additional relief for the deficiency in our plan. And as Christopher mentioned, it's immensely expensive. And if we operated in a world where we didn't have to do that, we certainly wouldn't. But we took that initiative from day one, really trying to shine to you all as thoughtful, anticipatory folks who did their homework and are really trying to think and act like local stakeholders and speak your language. So I hope that's appreciated. But overall, it's not just underground parking, it's just the immense cost that it takes to do something right. And we're really passionate about what it means, experienced with what it means to restore a historically significant building, and certainly the costs associated with ground up construction. And like anything, you either achieve economies of scale because you have scale, or you can't because you don't. And in the hotel business overall, certainly anything inside of 200 rooms is really not going to achieve economies of scale. And so as this project has evolved, not only have we shrunken the building and tried to figure out ways to live without as many rooms, we've also incurred a significant additional cost as we've responded to HBC and Pratt SRAB recommendations and residents nearby giving us feedback and requests to enhance the project in various ways. And so, a brutal combination for any business is your cost going way up and your revenue opportunity going way down, right? That's just backwards math. And we have been working to be creative and resourceful and accommodate those conditions. But we also just have, we owe it to you all to make clear that there's only so far we can stretch. And that's just absolutely the case right now. And when I'm happy to say that under oath, as is the rest of our team.
Go ahead, Michael, please.
Thing you come across, you are very, I believe, honest people. You have good presentations. Testimony and evidence are two different things. And that's all I'll say about that. But as far as economy of scale, prior to this meeting, I was looking at the 7 projects that you cited related to the parking study and whatnot as comparables: Berkeley, Chicago, Nashville. 5 of the 7 were less than 180 units. Actually, all of the 7, if you average them out, are 148 units. So this, I sort of, not question, but I hear you say you need over 200 for economies of scale. But majority of the projects you put in front of us as citing as comparables, as I say, they average 148.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think the important distinction off the bat is that these are apples and oranges. Every single market, you have a completely different cost profile for acquiring the property and construction, labor costs for operating. You have an entirely different room rate opportunity on your revenue side. So everything is truly approached. Every project we do is from scratch, because you have to be thoughtful day one and informed day one by all the unique nuances in play. And so just to say that we own a hotel that's even under 100 rooms, but we made it work in New Haven or Chapel Hill is just frankly just irrelevant and not applicable to this project or any other in our portfolio. They all exist in very unique universes. And so you can bet though that if we have a significantly smaller hotel, we had a significantly lower cost basis in order for that to be economically viable, right? And it follows that on larger ones, we were able to support a larger cost basis. So there is certainly an ebb and flow to all that.
Oh, and I agree with that. Again, testimony and general statements and evidence of that are two different things. And, I won't get too further hung up on that. But when you make these general statements, but then you say every case is different, I agree with that. And so I want to concentrate on this case.
I'm just not sure.
Can I just ask a question about the comparable hotels? Did they also not have restaurants? Were they rooms only?
So our food and beverage offerings are typically what's called a grab and go service. So as Christopher
Okay, so the other ones were as well. That was my question.
That is typical of the graduate hotels model. Again, okay. each one is unique, but that is a general recurring theme.
Okay.
Would this work with 176 rooms?
At 178, we found ourselves trending into a very, very challenging set of circumstances, which is why we felt it was worthwhile to get creative and socialize with you all the idea of 180. So it would follow that 176 would be increasingly challenging. I do want to note that our solution, and again, this is also in response to the added cost and the lost benefits and functionalities that come with us trying to provide even more relief against Bank Street property line than exists today, meaningfully more relief to improve that condition, because you spoke and we heard you, right? And this concept of going up by 2 rooms, again, doesn't impact the exterior aesthetic. It doesn't grow the building and the FAR, the square footage. We are certainly comfortable and confident about our parking operation. In tandem with that, it's just our way of trying to, in a small but meaningful way, offset the immense cost increases we've taken on as a result of this process and incorporating all local stakeholders' feedback. And when we started this project, it was certainly an investment all in that was inside of $100 million, and now it's well above $100 million. And the revenue opportunity of the business, in theory, on paper, has only shrunken, which is again an extremely challenging set of conditions and our credit, I'd like to say that we've been very creative and resourceful, and we're doing our very best to work in the spirit of compromise, but make sure that we still get it right and bring Princeton something that's really incredible and high quality and a local point of pride, and something that will, you know, age well for another 100 years up on 20 Nassau Street.
You know, I think you demonstrated that you have the interests of the community at heart, and I appreciate that. I agree with Mr. Mills and the quality of the design, and I think that's all evident. But we're just trying to hone in on the issues related to the variances, the setbacks, the bulk, things like that. So that's the motivation, I think, behind this line of questioning. Okay.
I would say another piece of it for me is that I feel a responsibility. I always feel a responsibility to make the best decision I can, but it usually involves something a little bit less impactful on the town. You know, it's somebody who wants to build a little bit bigger porch, or maybe they actually want to tear down a house and build something that doesn't seem to fit with that neighborhood, and people are unhappy about that. But this is a rare, in my experience on the board now 5 years, time when what we decide is going to have a lot of impact, not just on the neighborhood, but also just economically. So I'm going to say again, I really want it to be successful. And I don't know enough about what you've been talking about it, so I appreciate it, but the questions that I'm asking are not trying to tear apart what you're doing, but to feel assured, and that we all can feel assured, as much as anyone can predict the future, that you're going to succeed, you know, that you're going to, you know, however many people are staying at the Hyatt, you know, 3 years from now are going to say, no, you know, that there's kind of a mechanism for calculating that. I mean, that's what I'm kind of getting at. And it seems like that's what motivates me to want to understand it as well as I can.
Very well said.
And, you know, there's actually another unknown, which is what's going on right now with what you touched on, the hospitality industry being affected by the pandemic, and how that may, certainly we're not always going to be where we are right now, I hope, but there may be some changes in how people travel and conduct business. And you touched on that a little bit, but that's the other kind of worry that I've had about it. So I feel like I give you a lot of credit for being brave and risk-taking, and hopefully also thoughtful about it. I believe you are, but I think, you know, none of us wants to go. We want this to be an adventurous journey that will be a positive one.
Well said. We appreciate that. I would say that if we had any concerns about the viability and the ongoing relevance of travel and hospitality, March and April and May and June and July and August and so on, all would have presented really good options for us to cut bait and go do something else. And we're still here because we're confident and frankly certain that it's not. And we're continuing to grow and invest meaningfully in other projects like this one around the globe, which including we're taking graduate across the pond to Cambridge and Oxford, because you all got us excited about, you know, tethering ourselves to the particularly fine universities, and so we're not going anywhere. We talk about building this company with a 100-year vision, and we mean it when we say that we want the next 100 years of the 20 Nassau building and the first 100 years of the new building behind it to be wonderful and a point of pride within the community, as we've seen begin to unfold elsewhere, you know, across our portfolio.
Thank you. All right. Eve, do you have anything else right now?
Not right now.
Michael?
No.
Okay, any other board members want to make a comment? Okay, so Chris, let's keep moving here so we can get on to the public portion.
Yep.
And so,
No, I think you should go to the public portion.
you want to go through the memo?
Oh, I'm sorry. Karen asked you. Karen, do you want me to do that after just to summarize? Because we're
No.
not adding.
No, I
Okay,
want to do it before the public portion of the hearing.
okay. So, the report's right here. I mean, we've provided a ton of information on what the proposed plans are. So you could really see what we've, were able to comply with and things that we were not able to comply with. So let's start with the engineering report. Excuse me, let me take a little sip of water here. That report from the engineer and the zoning officer dated July 31st, revised latest to October 30th. We agree with all the comments. That one's pretty easy. Maybe I should have saved that one for last. So all the comments in the report we'll certainly comply with. If you take a look at the bulk variances, maybe I should spend just a minute on that. So, so the first one is, it's on section 3.2 of the report, and side or rear setback adjacent to the residential zone. So the minimum required is 10 feet, the proposed is 0 feet. I do want to stress again that we are reducing a nonconformity here. So we are making it a better condition. It's 32 feet right now, building right on the property line. We are reducing it by 20 feet, and now we're shifting it back. So it's pulled off of it on an angle, and then that wall will go all the way to the corner. And I think, what was it, 8 feet? So when you take a look at the dimension of the building to the corner, Rourke, I'm sorry, can you give me that number? I think it's pretty big now. The corner to the dimension of the building,
From the corner of
the building to the corner of the lot, basically?
building.
Yeah,
Um,
I had that somewhere and I lost it.
Josh, did you have that number? I can get it. Um, give me a second.
I'm sorry, which number? I had a couple numbers.
Yeah, I was taking a look at the dimension of where the building is from the corner of the property line. So like when you measure it going in.
It's the
Oh, here it is. I got it.
25 feet 8 inches, that one, or the 14 foot 10 inches?
It tapers.
Yeah, so the west dimension was 18 feet proposed, and then well, I'm not going to use that number if we didn't put it in the record right now. Well, anyway, so the in addition to actually reducing the nonconformity, moving it from 3 stories at 32 feet to 20 feet in 1 story, we could remove this variance altogether. And we've shown it. You could take a page out of the Chamber 22 that has the open parking. It has, although right by under the building, there's a little green strip, but the parking goes all the way to the property line just to the south. It's really simple. We put a wall there, the court circles, there's no setback variance. We could do that. It would work. We think what we're proposing now is better. We put a little fence, we step back, gives us some green area, plant a tree, and we create this nice green wall that provides a really nice structure and view. And then beyond that, we step back again and we have the building. So the wall in height, it was originally proposed at 10 feet. In Derek's report, he has 10 feet. We are now proposing a 20-foot masonry wall with that brick course to have a little architecture design feature. And on the residential portion, we're also proposing it to be a green roof, and we showed you what that would look like with the mechanical there. The loading zone, that's a variance. We don't need more than 1 parking spaces. Loading would only really be necessary if we had banquet halls, but we don't have that here. And also, we're improving the existing loading condition by keeping it off of the street and allowing peak cars to come in, back in. So it's a much better improvement over the existing condition. Signage, we went through this in detail with Josh Zinder. So we, if you look at his report, Derek's report, A and B are still there. C, we're reducing that slightly to 43 inches, 43.565, square feet. D, the Chambers Street blade sign of 44 square feet is removed. So that's no longer being proposed. And then the other one on his report that says,
Chris, the blade sign goes down to 11 square feet and the pylon sign is eliminated.
the Chambers Street blade sign,
Reduces to 11 square feet.
11 square feet. I'm sorry. Thanks for
The
correcting me.
pylon sign on Chambers is eliminated.
Garage sign. Okay. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Thank you. Yeah, it's like 10.31 square feet or 11 square feet. And then we also had some other changes to the sign, which Josh described in terms of the lighting, in terms of changing the color. Stacked parking. This is only confusing because no one really understood why this limit's there. What it's essentially doing is the code allows stacked parking where you have management. It's an issue of management. So they ask for 100 spaces so that you know that it's big enough that it's not going to be just a situation where you drive up and you're not going to have a valet. We don't have that staffing or operational issue here because it's 24/7. So this is clearly going to be managed very easily. So even though it's a technical variance, it's kind of almost meaningless because we're proposing, now we're down from 80 spaces to 76. But we're going to have those basically, handled by 24/7 valet. Number 6, as we talked about, the proposed mezzanines under 7 feet, there's no variance. It's fully conforming in terms of stories and height. And when we get down to the required parking, I'm not going to go through all the numbers, but they change slightly over time. In the end, instead of 122 spaces on page, right before paragraph 4.0, it's really 111.33 spaces or 112 spaces. So if you take a look at the new construction and the parking garage only, I believe we're down to 32 spaces, which would be what would be needed and what we don't have, a deviation of 32. And as we explained earlier, this property already has a variance to exist as is with 190 spaces. So we are incredibly reducing the nonconformity. And it's not an pre-existing nonconforming, it's a variance. This has a variance to allow uses that are there with a variance for 190 parking spaces. We're now down to focusing on the 32 that would be generated because of the new construction, if you looked at that area by itself. And George had testified, and that's it. That was it in terms of the variances. So really the only variance that is, like I said, rear yard, we could remove, fence height, we could remove, but it's more protective. Loading zone is really an improvement of condition. Signage, there are some sign variances. Stacked parking, again, we're managing it. And the mezzanine, there's no height or there's no story variance. Just going to the FAR real quickly, because that's also in his report. The numbers there are slightly different, and I'm just trying to find where I wrote them down. There were changes to the plans in some areas. For example, we had the parking has changed slightly because we had, for example, a ramp that we included as part of the hotel and generated a parking need. Well, that wasn't right, so we corrected that. So there's sheets, there was a plan that was submitted months back that had those correct numbers, but Derek's report was written way before all of this. So what we're looking at now, and this is not including the slight adjustment we're making because of the shift now, because I haven't calculated, I don't have all those numbers calculated, but the existing FAR is 2.65 and the proposed is 3.62. Now, what's interesting about the zone, just for purposes of understanding, is the zone does allow 3.0 parking garages. So you could, have a very big 3.0 FAR on this lot. And also there is a provision in your code that allows you to build back the existing FAR without any need for parking variances at all. You just can't build it back with any new nonconformity. And that's section 17A312, reconstruction of legally existing non-complying buildings. What your ordinance says is it essentially vests your FAR from November 19th, 1968. So a non-complying building legally existing on November 19th, 1968 may be reconstructed to the same floor area ratio as existed on such date, provided that such reconstruction shall not create a new non-compliance. So basically here, you could have buildings of the same height and scale as our planner had testified, like an office building. You take an office building at 2.67, it would be 10 feet back from that line, but it could have an atrium in the middle. That's not floor area, that goes up to the 65 feet. This building complies with the height. There's no height variance. Okay, so that's it on the engineer's report. I'm going to try to go through the other ones a little quicker. So next would be SPRAB. Questions 1 through 7 are all traffic comments. We've addressed those with the municipal traffic consultant. Questions 8 through 11 are signs. We did make some changes based on SPRAB's recommendations. We testified, Josh went through it. We changed the lighting, no longer rear illuminated, they're halo lit. We changed the color. They recommended black and not the orange that was originally proposed. We reduced the directional blade sign. We eliminated the pylon sign. Actually, that comment originally came from our neighbor, and we basically removed that from the plan. We would like to see the existing signs as we proposed. So to the extent they're inconsistent with the comments, that's what we're proposing at this time. Moving on to the building, as I had mentioned, I think Michael may have asked me about this initially. So if you look at their comments, this was the first one out of the box. They're talking about a variance for a 6-story building. We confirmed that the mezzanine's not a story and that it meets the requirement. It's under the height limit. So they didn't have that information. They didn't see what a fully conforming plan would look like with the rear, and they haven't seen our current proposal. They did, and this was all in the context together, they did really say that at a minimum, or if you can't do, if your analysis shows that you can't adjust the others, we would like you to eliminate those 2 rooms. We did eliminate those 2 rooms. 14, they actually wanted us to reduce the height of the fence, but because of the neighbors, if we actually reduce the height of the fence to 6 feet, we wouldn't have a variance, which is kind of ironic. But We are actually proposing an increase and beyond 10 feet, we're proposing the 20 feet because we think it's the neighborly thing to do. We put the green wall, the brick finish, and we think it'll look really nice there. So now we're on number 17. Oh, this was a question that Mike Mills, 16 rather, Mike Mills talked about the Chambers Street. If you look at the front of the building, I think I could see Josh up there. You see that little section there that there's a cutout. We're pulling that wall down. There's equipment there. It can't be moved. It's part of the historic part of the historic facade. And we've heard testimony why we can't change that. Michael Mills went through that. The EV charging stations, we're doing that. That's 17, 18. Oh, solar. So we're not looking at this we have a green roof, as you probably recall, but we're not looking at this property for a large solar array. We are investigating opportunities to put limited array there to power the EV stations. We thought, it really doesn't work for a larger array, but it may be a cool thing to do if we could find a way that it would power the EV stations. I know we were investigating it. I'm not sure where we are, but that's our position on solar at this time. We thought that the green roof by itself and the ability for maybe a small solar, couple of panels or whatever it takes for the EV stations would be a good thing to investigate further. So then we get down to the comments. These were just comments. Well, they asked us to study the shade and we did that. So at the time we didn't have the shade studies. We went out and we did the testing. We showed the shade. It's pretty clear from the results that it's really negligible, that there's really hardly any. We're not talking about blocking light for 5 or 6 hours. We're talking about really small periods and really small section, particularly on a street that has that same shadow pattern from other buildings like 22 Chambers, or even one side of the street shadowing the other side of the street. 2, we looked at some sort of talking about pedestrian counts. We addressed that through our traffic. We spoke about the mansard roof and what the neighbors wanted to see the material change. So that's what our proposed plan is. And I think that's it for SPRAB. The Environmental Commission, again, there's a listing of a lot of stuff. So 1, 2, and 3, they list net zero ready construction. Our intent is designed to meet the LEED Silver standards. And that's sort of where we are and what we're proposing. I talked about solar and our position on that. We are proposing 2 charging stations at this time with the ability to expand as the need arises. So we'll have the conduits and equipment in place to expand. But as of today, we would have 2 available at day 1. 4, we agree. 5, it talks about Energy Star. Again, we're a LEED certified building. Design silver standard is what we're proposing. And I think the design seeks to achieve an Energy Star score that would meet the requirements of that LEED certification. There's a reference to EPA's WaterSense program. We could certainly investigate it, but we would be incorporating what we can as shown through our LEED credit system. 7 talks about the charge stations. I addressed that. 8 talks about, rooftop AC and window units should be properly disposed of. We probably forgot this, but early on we talked about there's a lot of air conditioning units. We'll be removing all those individual ones and we'll dispose of them properly. So I guess we get down to 11 is solar again. I addressed that. Covered bike storage we have. 10 I skipped that one. I think we can do that. 13 just asked about shower facilities. We do have locker rooms for employees, no showers. If there was a need, they could probably use an empty room, but the current plan has locker rooms without showers. And permeable pavers won't work in most of the areas because there's parking underneath. And we are actually adding an additional 208 square feet of ground cover. So we are actually improving the condition greatly based on the current plan that you saw today. HPC, we should be commended for for preserving Nassau Street in appearance. So that was positive feedback. We also, for our outreach, that's number 2. 3 shows how we complied with the noticing requirements for demo. 4 we agreed to, 5 we agreed to. 6 talks about new construction being done sympathetically. We certainly would do that. We believe our current proposal, this is sort of yes and no because they had a lot of different comments in here. We believe our current proposal is protective and enhances this goes back to that same issue that we were talking about with the auto court, and we could remove the variance by just putting a wall there and keeping the building back, which we think works. 7 is the service store in the back, and we told the board it's up to you. We can keep it, we remove it. We thought it wasn't bad for maintenance purposes, and it'll be locked at all times. It's not an emergency exit, so we don't need it. So it's up to the board. 8, that talks about the signage, and I already read through the changes there and what we're proposing. 9 talks about the shade study, and we've done all those at this point and shown how de minimis the impact is. 10 talks about the LED. And 11 is the green roof design and stormwater shall be commended. Oh, it was talking about some of the terracing. We never really got to address it. It was raised by a neighbor, and this was our second night of hearing, and we basically addressed it in our testimony. We really didn't want to put any type of terracing where you have any activity. We thought it was a bad idea. It's kind of ironic that we've really tried to protect the neighborhood. We opened up that side with a, that whole U shape has the courtyard that's 50 by 30 feet facing Bank Street. To put any type of outdoor areas with tables and umbrellas and noise, it just defeats the whole purpose. We talked about that through our testimony. And then the last comment, 13, is that where I am? 12 was about construction, avoid creating dust and noise. We had our construction guy talk about that a little bit, but we will follow the protocols put out and addressed in the engineering report, and then some. So we're going to be very good with regard to construction. And then 13 talked about the front facade. I don't know if we talked about it, but this was an area that there was no consensus with HPC. They kind of went back and forth, but we did, based on one of the comments, reduce the width of the windows by 4 inches. So that was one of the comments. Like I said, it wasn't really a consensus on the front facade. Some liked it, some didn't like it, some wanted some change. But I could say that SPRAB looked at the front facade and absolutely loved it. And they liked how it basically reflected back on the street. So it was a very positive support from SPRAB, and kind of different comments from the board, the HPC on that. 14 is, and 15 again, talks about misconstrues variances there where some don't exist with the height. And also they didn't realize that we could remove the variance by creating a wall rather than a more protective structure. Again, and I think I said this 1,000 times, the building itself is not in the 10-foot area. The only thing that is there is the truck circulation. If we put a fence, there's no variance. The building fully conforms. No setback variance to the residential zone. What we're proposing here in our current plan is to put a little fence, to put a green covered area, to put a green wall that's 20 feet, and then step back to 10 feet in to put the building. The area along the non-residential side will basically be on the property line because the commercial zone allows that, and that's what we're proposing. And I think that's it, going through all the comments on the reports. I don't know if I missed anything from the team. If they had anything.
Any questions from the board on any of the comments? Okay. Any of our experts or staff comments? Are there any questions on that? Elizabeth, Jane? Derek?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering, I apologize, I lost a little bit of connection for a short time when Mr. DeGrazia was going through his list. I was wondering, I think that he went through the HPC report, but did he go through the HPC chair memo, which really kind of summarized the HPC comments? Did he address those? And I apologize if he did already.
Yes, I think that's what I'm sorry, Elizabeth. Yeah, so I went through the comments to the report. There were, I went through the 15 comments.
The one from the HPC chair that was addressed to the zoning board.
Yeah.
And I know that I did a fairly quick summary and hit the high points at the first meeting. But if, you were going through to address the comments that were made from SPRAB and from HPC chair, that would have been really their conclusion from that meeting.
Yeah, so my response is I just went through with the chair's report.
Okay, I apologize then that I didn't hear. That might have been when I lost connection.
Okay, are there any other comments? Okay. All right, I think, Chris, are you complete?
We are, but I may need to provide some responses depending on, public input.
Certainly, okay. All right, so the applicant has finished their presentation and we'll go to the public now. At this hour, late hour, what we're looking for, well, again, going back to public comment from the previous testimony and tonight's testimony. But at this point, I think, please, those members of the public who are going to speak, limit your comments to items that have not been addressed by others, so we don't get redundant. I think we've all heard a number of comments from the residents and neighbors, and so just try to limit it to things that have not been said, comments that haven't been made already. And at this point, I want to limit the individual comment sessions to no more than 10 minutes. So we'll move forward from there. I think just to continue on from where we left off several hearings ago, if Bill Gray is there and wants to sum up Mr. Gray, you have the floor for 10 minutes.
Steve, did you say 10 minutes or did you mean to say 10 speakers? You
No,
meant 10 minutes, right?
minutes. I
Okay, I'm
want-
sorry, I didn't hear that. It must
10
have cut
minutes.
off.
I just
Okay.
don't, I just want to, I don't want redundancy in comments, and I want individuals to limit their remarks to no more than 10 minutes.
Okay.
So I think just in keeping what we said earlier, Mr. Gray can, if he'd like, present now, if he's there.
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm on Stephanie Gray's computer.
okay, so
All right.
please,
Mr. Gray, you were sworn in previously. You're still under oath.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we kind of got hit with a fire hose of new information tonight, so limiting us to 10 minutes and asking us to not be redundant is actually not fair, because the hotel people have been redundantly. So I'm going to try to get through this in 10 minutes, but I don't appreciate the limitation, especially with all this new information. Can my objection be heard or talked about?
I recognize your objection.
Okay.
10 minutes, please.
I need to share the screen.
You're allowed to share the screen, sir.
Okay. Well, I left off months ago when I was about to begin talking about parking. Can everybody see that? The slide?
Says parking.
Thank you.
You want to put it in presenter view. It's not in presenter view. It's tiny. There you go.
Okay. So we heard a lot of information for the first time tonight. You can read this fast if you can. There was an argument about 3.0 parking garages being somehow applied to the FAR of the hotel. Is that valid, is my question, but I don't have time to hear the answer. New construction should be rebuilt to 1960s existing FAR. So Chris is saying what? They can build to 2.65? Why aren't they? Next. Oh, there it is. So the workforce living in Princeton in 2013 consisted of 79%. Parking spots are, I'm so upset about the time. Okay. There was a note that the hotel needs to include parking demands for employees of the hotel and all restaurant, retail, and service uses proposed. We just heard tonight for the first time that there are 100 employees and that there's a bar in the basement. Not sure about that. Steve, Eve, Michael, Karen all addressed this issue. And I guess if I have to summarize this, there are 32 graduate hotels in the US right now. I Google mapped every one of them, and none of them abut a residential zone. They're all free and clear around the perimeters of every hotel in the US, no exceptions. So this is the first time this has ever happened to Tim Ryan's group and GPNJ, that they're up against the need for historic exceptions and setback. Also, there's 31,000 people in Princeton, and this was a hot topic earlier tonight. They came in with 191 rooms. Chapel Hill is also a college town, has doubled the population. They only built a hotel with 6 rooms. New Haven, the closest, is 72 rooms. They have 0 parking spaces. They're deficient by 72 spots. All of these numbers in the right-hand column show deficiencies. that this group applies to their new hotels. So you can see the numbers. This, blah, blah. So all of a sudden, we get told that because of all of the things that the hotel is doing, that the downtown parking improvement is actually 179 spots. It improves by 179 spots, but they need a parking variance. I still want to know about the answer to what, and it was addressed about talking about the core building, and I don't think the question was answered. Steve Cohen asked about moving the elevator back to help with the setback along 11 and 13 Bank Street. I don't think that answer, I don't think there was an adequate answer for that. I'm sorry, Steve Oakley, I misspelled your name, I think needs to address that. Why they cannot move the elevator shaft and rearrange the parking deck, valet parking. There's an example, which leads us to the restaurant. So now there's a 1,500 square foot kitchen for a snack bar, essentially, a grab and go. Someone said tonight the restaurant is not an inviting place. The planner said a couple times ago, it's not an event hotel. There's a cafeteria on the plan. But first of all, I want to know what this is. I need an answer to this question. What is this in the red square? It's in the basement of the building. Scott Oakley?
Bill, this is Pablo. That's just a label. It says F&B retail. That's just to designate what it is.
Well, what is it? What's going there? That's in the basement.
Yes, yeah, we've talked about that much earlier in the meeting,
What is
along
it?
with it's a bar, it's a speakeasy.
So there is a bar in the basement. That was never made public until, I guess, tonight. Thank you.
Actually, it was testified to several times.
Bar in the basement?
Yes.
I'll disagree with you. I have to move on. Sorry, Pablo. So tonight I saw that on their slides that the lobby and restaurant and bar have been rearranged. They've been swapped. Initially on the original plan, it looked like this on your screen right now. The restaurant and bar is on the north side of the building facing Chambers Street, and the lobby is on the south side facing Chambers Street. Tonight's slide showed something completely different. Oh, I'm sorry, 1,231 square feet is the kitchen for a snack bar and a bar. 2 bars, one on the first level, first floor in the lobby, and one in the basement. Anyone?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank
Also,
you.
they were swapped because of the core shift that
Okay.
we discussed earlier.
I don't see a core shift, but I guess. Pedestrian traffic study has not been addressed. George Giacomo says he will not support a crosswalk at Chambers and Nassau, crossing Nassau. The hotel, Pablo has said they're working with us on signage. These are my suggestions. You read fast. Thank you. Landscape plan. Okay, we talked about the FAR. We talked about the setback. What does the setback look like from above, based on what we heard tonight? Michael Floyd asked a good question. They're ignoring SPRAB and HPC. I don't know. There's the mass. Here's what we're getting. Here's what we could get. Josh Ginger actually said you could tear down the building, 16 chambers, and build a 65-foot tall building at the last 2 meetings ago.
I
He
did not
testified
say
to
that. That is an absolute fabrication.
I
said
saw
it
it.
is not permitted. Excuse me.
It's
I
on
said you
video.
could not do that. And that's a complete fabrication what you have. there.
Wait, let's not get into an argument. Actually, Bill, Josh is correct. He did testify to the fact you couldn't do that.
But he
So
said if you raise the building, if you tear down
let's
the building.
not get into it. Let's not get into that,
Doesn't matter.
please.
It's irrelevant.
Well, this is what the future could look like based on what the hotel is planning in your town and mine. Go on, keep going. The preservation plan presented from Mills and Schonering doesn't mention Bank Street at all. The preservation, historic preservation. Well, we talked about loss of sunlight. I still disagree that it's insignificant, as the attorney for the applicant says. I think it's pretty significant. This is another sun study that I found. You can look at that quickly. Nobody's talked about light spill onto Bank Street. It's never been addressed at all. Self-service hasn't been addressed with the height of the building. Josh Zinder told us in a neighbor meeting that a 5G pole was going to be put on the corner. That's not.
It wasn't Josh. It was me, Bill.
Okay, thank you.
And it's not a pole. It's a booster that is owned by PG&E. It is not a municipal project.
Okay, here we go with quotes. Everything's more convenient for guests. The Mansard changes would affect our plan, trying to make it easier for the drivers. Maximize number of rooms versus mass for us. Grab and go. Lots of emphasis
Bill,
on
can
you,
right. Bill, can you please wrap it up? It's
yes.
We want to move on to the next presenter, please.
Okay. I just want to say that I just want to thank all the neighbors who are represented by the yellow dots in all these houses on Bank Street. 15 people in all have represented our objections to the variances, and I appreciate all of their input and their hard work. Thank you. That's the end of my testimony.
Thank you.
Unfortunately.
Okay. Who is the next person to request to speak? Claudia? Or Eve?
15 Bank Street, I don't know your name. Go ahead.
So Karen, for the record, that presentation we just saw was not provided or marked in or anything.
Well, and I really view that as testimony and that it's not
Like an exhibit?
correct.
Okay.
So that's how we would describe it. So. Is this Mr. Wang now who's going to speak? Is that who?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Wang, you still remain under oath. We put you under oath at the last meeting, so you're still under oath.
Actually, last time you didn't swear me in because I only asked the question.
Well, I'm sure I did, but we'll swear you now. Do you swear or affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes.
Thank you.
10 minutes, please, Mr. Wang.
All right. So I'm glad to see that the Josh started this meeting with showing the view from Bank Street to see the hotel proposed. Now, but I'm disappointed that he only shows a couple of the photos from the street, see through the alleyways between the buildings. I really hope that he can show one that is looking into the alleyway between 13 and the 15 Bank. Because if he showed that picture, that he will obviously make that his own statement false. Because he says from the 15 Bank Street, we cannot see the hotel. That even from the street, if you see that, unless you consider that the solid of the wall you propose to be building at 20 feet high is not part of a hotel. Now, this is related to Mr. DeGrazia has repeatedly stated a false statement, says that what is existing in the back is a 35 feet tall wall. Now, that 35 feet tall wall ends in the middle of the 13 Bank Street. And it has
Exactly what I
nothing to do
said.
with
I
15
said
Bank
32 to
And
35.
from middle of 13 Bank Street to 15 Bank Street, there is no wall. There is only a 6 feet tall chain link fence. So this statement has been repeatedly made. That's false. That's not true. And you say you can just simply build there a fence and has not violating any zoning regulations?
Correct.
Well, then you can build all other courts without any enclosure, and that will not change the noise, the
Correct.
the pollution.
Well, the
bring into the
testimony is that it
into our
has no
backyard?
impact.
Well,
It would still,
according
it
to
would-
the HPC, is that our air and the light should not be affected. If you build a solid wall there, it directly affects the airflow through the alleyway. Basically, right now we get from the west, east, there is alleyway airflow. And once the solid brick wall built there, the air cannot flow. And even the new proposal you made, you say you step at the back at the corner of 8 feet. But if you're standing there, 8 feet, look up at the 20 feet tall wall, then you think it is a great accommodation? We will not accept that. And
Is that a
if you
question?
can truly abide that you will not bring in all kinds of pollution, including the exhaust fume, the tire dust, the noise, and the light pollution into our backyard, inches away from our backyard, then you can declare that you didn't violate anything. But that is not true. And also, didn't you make that false statement that you say that's improvement from the 35 feet tall wall down to 20 feet? There's no solid wall existing between you and me. All right, that statement is false. Now, let's go back to, I didn't expect that we are limited to 10 minutes. So disregard all the other things that will affect the well-beings of the residents on Bank Street. Now, we are not the one that affected most. The 13, Tony's 11 to 13 will be impacted the most. But anyway, and we already got into the discussion of the shadow study. And today we hear again says that the shadow cast upon us is trivial, negligible, insignificant. Well, let's just quantify that. At least in your own study, that the shadow cast on the house on the winter solstice is at least 1 hour in the morning. That we can get the sunlight, and if the building got erected, we will lost 1 hour of sunlight. In that 1 hour of sunlight loss, our utility bill, heating bill is obviously going to go up. So what is this? Your gain at our loss. And even more significantly is the gain of someone have more at the expense of loss of someone has less. Is this decent, fair, can be justified? So if the board is going to go anywhere to uphold the law of equal protection, the application should be rejected. Now, I'm not saying that I against the hotel to be built. Christopher mentioned that the bulk of the building, the number of rooms required is somehow related to the parking, basement parking needs to be built. This is extremely expensive. So our objection is actually at the two fronts. One is the bulk of the building that's create the shadow, and also related to the parking that will build the wall that will block the air flows, and it will be intimidating. And basically, it initially proposed a 0 setback, and it has a 20 feet tall wall. That's scary. Now, step back. If the building that originally required 190 parking space, and now you're only required 170 something. So why not just ask for a variation that you don't need to provide any parking space at all, especially because the Palmer Square parking lot is literally cross street from the hotel, or it's just a stone throw away. So why not go out to make a deal with the owner of the Palmer Square parking garage and build a couple of deck there? Probably is way cheaper than digging into the ground and build exhausted, expensive parking garage underground. And you can use whatever the basement you're proposed to make an additional retail space or other galleries or house facilities. Why not doing that? If you do that, you reduce the expense of the basement garage construction, and then it will be economically viable to build a smaller hotel. Don't need to build such a mass to block our sunlight. All right, so my statement is that as proposed, I think that it grossly affect our well-beings and our bottom lines. And as is, it should be rejected. But I hope that you can think other ways to eliminate the need of parking on site and then reduce the mass of the building. And I hope you're successful. All right, I end right here.
Thank you. Eve, next presenter.
Mrs. Smith is raising her hand.
I'm sorry?
Smith, you're muted.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, hi. I have not
All
taken
right,
an
ma'am,
oath yet,
ma'am,
so-
could you first give us your full name and address?
Yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of my husband, Michael, and myself. My name is
right.
Monica Smith, and we
Okay.
live at 27 Bank Street.
And Mrs. Smith, do you swear or affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Please,
Um,
Mrs. Smith, please limit it to new comments.
Don't worry, I won't be talking very long.
And 10
I'll be
minutes.
1 minute. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for all the hard work you've been putting into this, to the hotel people, to the board. I know this is an incredibly difficult, thing to sort of comprehend and get through the process. So I really thank you, everybody, for all the time and effort you've been putting into it. And of course, to all the residents. And we've had many meetings, as you know. As a Bank Street resident, just a little bit of history to this. We've been here since 2009. In 2012, we received a letter from the borough at the time saying that our street would be refurbished. It's now 2021 and our street is going to be refurbished this year, but that process took 9 years. And in that 9 years, we saw a degradation of our street in every way. And I think the Bank Street residents felt really hard done by that. It just took so long for the borough and then the amalgamated Princeton group to finally get our street underway. So we felt under pressure from that. Then the hotel situation arose, and then all of a sudden we really felt like little mice being taken over by the big giants again. And I know that you're trying really hard to make sure that that doesn't happen. And I'm hoping that that's going to be the case. We live further down the street, so this hotel doesn't really impact us all that much. And but I do really feel for Tony especially, and that the fight that he's got on his hands, because that is his livelihood, that is his property. It's really important that he doesn't lose out from this, because it's going to be very detrimental to him. I prepared a little note which I'll read. Some of it's probably not relevant, but it's all too hard for me to unpack. So I'll just read what we had prepared, and that'll be it. Graduate Hotels is asking for variances to Princeton's building code, a building code that was put into place in part to make sure that Princeton residents aren't made worse off by a business development. If variants are granted, then those who own the homes immediately adjacent to the proposed hotel will be worse off. That's how we did see it. You did shed some light on some of those issues today, which I very much appreciate. But, you know, people like Tony, his day-to-day life in Bank Street could well be worse off than what it is now before the hotel was built. And so therefore you probably have a couple of choices. Either you can make it in a condition of approval that the development meet the fire and parking requirements, that they clean up the dust after demolition and construction and compensate Bank Street residents for any health issues that occur to their person or structural problems to their homes that arise during demolition and construction, that they do something to make sure that the gigantic blank brick wall that will face Bank Street looks less than a prison wall, which I think that you have done, and that after construction, conducting their business, the hotel has no adverse effects at all, zero effects on us in terms of noise, light, traffic, or the quality of air. So that's one option. The other option is that Graduate Hotels compensates the residents of Bank Street who the development will make worse off for making them worse off. So that's also something to consider. So they're really the only two options that you have if you're going to do your job responsibly. And we just ask that you really do respect the fact that we are a little street in a historic area, that we're really, you know, we feel really compressed by everything that's going on around us, from the refurbishment of our own street to this big hotel. My main concern is traffic problems, that cars will use Bank Street as a way of trying to find Chambers Street or circling around Bank Street to get into the car park. So for me, signage to avoid Bank Street is probably really crucial, because we really don't want to have traffic circulating around our street at all times of the day and night, because that would be really terrible for us, because we're just this very narrow street. And the other thing is the lighting, to make sure that the lighting doesn't adversely affect the quality of our street. I live behind 22 Banks Chambers, and we do get a lot of light coming from that parking area underneath there, which annoys me. I can't imagine what it must be like for Tony in his house. So anyway, so basically just remember that you are dealing with people living on this street, and that our concerns are really very real. So just don't forget us. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's next?
I'll volunteer. Who's next?
Mrs. Kreider, I don't know if we put you under oath last time, so we'll do it now.
The time before, but okay.
Okay, and what, and your address again, please?
22 Bank Street.
All right, and Ms. Kreider, do you swear or affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
I do.
Thank you.
You want
Okay, again, please limit it to things that haven't been said, and 10 minutes. Thank you.
We both want to talk, but separately, so I want 10 minutes too.
No, 10 minutes for the two of you, please.
Okay. You want to go first?
Go ahead.
All right. So I'm using up my 10 minutes. It's hard not to talk about things. Everything's been talked about. I lost my place. Michael Mills. So there was a lot of new slides presented tonight. And Michael, I agree that the building that's there is unattractive, but I do not agree what's coming to Bank Street is attractive. I think that we should have the 10-foot setback line, and we should have a 2-foot setback line so that we could have the green along the gun property, and then you'd be able to put some windows into that facade. And I think that would be much more attractive. As far as the light goes, I know we've talked about shadows, but we haven't really talked about shadows on Chambers Street. So when you think about the sun studies that we originally received from the graduate folks, which is an excellent team. You guys are really good. The shadows that cross and will go over to the dental office will eliminate their sun in the afternoon during the winter, and also take away sunlight from the church windows. And so we haven't thought about those things. Well, you haven't presented those things. That hasn't been addressed. The other part that's not addressed is the sidewalk is really narrow going up Chambers Street, 22 Chambers Street, 16 Chambers Street, sit back further. And there's no reason that at least the bottom portion of the new hotel addition couldn't sit back so that you could receive your guests on the outside in a better, more comfortable way. It's very tight, especially when it snows, if you look at the street today. I respectfully asked Tim if you could reduce to 166 rooms and step the building back. I don't care if you put a green roof up there or not, but step it back and come back later after this hotel is successful and pick up those other rooms that you said that are available in town. And that way you don't have such a large impact on Bank Street with the shade and shadow that will happen at the first 5 homes. It's nice to walk on the sunny side of the street, and I think that a good deal of that's going to go away on Chambers Street when the hotel's built. And we're a very pedestrian friendly town, and we like to keep it that way. I think the town's installing the sidewalk at the end of our street, Josh, at the end of the parklet. Do you have a different agreement? Josh?
I'm sorry, what?
I believe you presented that you were putting in the sidewalk at the end of the park. And I thought that was going in April as part of the reconstruction that we're going through, that the town.
The curb cut will be filled in, I expect, by the hotel during their work.
Okay, but the sidewalk, the town's doing.
Well, that portion will conform to the town. I'm not sure if the town is building it or if Graduate's building it, but it'll conform to the town's requirements.
It's hard to reduce. Oh, you get the next 5. Go. Let me find my other part.
Okay, look, what can I say? I'll hit the parking briefly. I respect Georges Stockmeyer, but I think he's wrong. He admitted in the first hearing, one of the first hearings, he really didn't have any data for what was there before. We knew what the ordinance required. We don't know what the use was. Well, I don't have any data either, but I have something he doesn't, which is 44 years of observation. I've been in that building for many different purposes. I had a friend who owned a ground floor retail store, and I can tell you that the usage was very low level. And that's for a number of reasons. And the biggest one is that was not Class A office space. That was Class C office space. And many of those counseling offices were only open a couple evenings a week or a couple afternoons a week. And so to then take a data point of an estimate of what was that you don't really have data for, and then do an estimate of what it will be and draw a line through it and say, magic wand, if you just approve this oversized hotel, why parking and traffic will get better. I think the only thing we can say for sure is that parking and traffic will be a little different. Now, I'll just go to my summary. I've been where the applicant has been in another town, applied for a variance, ran me through Springer, got denied, got my variance in court. Entirely different. I had a vacant lot in the middle of nowhere. There was no detriment to the public good. There's plenty of detriment to the public good here. The reason the court gave me the variance was if they didn't, my lot would have been zoned into inutility. Wait, there's plenty of utility here in this existing site without expansion at all. Now, the applicant has told us over and over that this is not his first rodeo. Well, look, if they were over optimistic on their assumptions, their numbers were off, their numbers were done in the time when the economy was different. Somehow we got lost here. There's no reason we should take a hit because their assumptions are wrong. And I knew it would come out, oh, well, you know, we won't be able to build this fabulous hotel if you don't give us these variances. Now, what's going on here is this application, nice application, but it's oversized and oversold. And all the applicant needs to do is to step back the northernmost third of the building, as Tony and others have suggested, increase the setback on the yard, and they'll probably get approval. But if they don't change and they dig in their heels, I think they should be denied, and I think they probably will be denied. And, you know, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Eve, who's next?
I'm happy to go next.
Who is that?
My name is Olaf Hunderkamp. I own and live in 21 Bank Street.
Mr. Camp, do you swear or affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Hunderkamp, I swear, yes.
Thank you.
Just a moment. So I would like to make a brief statement. I am not against the hotel, and I understand how local businesses will benefit from it. But I think it is also clear that Bank Street will be negatively impacted during construction and afterwards, as a result of more noise, less sunlight, more traffic, and less parking. Further, I think that the windowless brick wall facing Bank Street remains an eyesore. New construction in Princeton should look great all around, rather than just having a nice facade. Some of us on Bank Street are more impacted by the new building than others. Out of solidarity with those more impacted property owners, I support the previously proposed conditions for approval. More specifically, 1, the setback on the northwest corner. 2, the step down or some other way to make the building less bulky. And 3, a driveway, which is at least partially covered to reduce the impact of noise, light, and air pollution on the properties near the new building. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Who's next?
I'd like to just add one comment, one slide. I talked to,
Who is this?
Who is this?
it's Bill Gray.
Bill, please. You enough, please. I'm sorry. You spoke for an hour the first time and another 10 minutes, and there are others that want to speak.
The slide to get it into the record. It's conditions of approval. I'm just going to show the slide. I'm not going to talk.
All right, show the slide, please. I'll just leave it for a moment so everybody can look at it quickly. These are all things that have been addressed before, I believe. So thank you for sharing that with us. Okay. Okay, Eve, who's next?
I'm not exactly sure who's next, but I know that I think Kathleen Klockenbrink wants to speak.
I
Is
think,
that right?
This is
great.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Eve. So I'm one of the owners of Jam and Creps,
Whoa.
and
Ma'am, can we see you or
now
you're muted?
I'm trying to figure out the view. Oh, so okay. Sorry.
And I don't remember if we swore you in before. If we didn't, do you swear from your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes.
Thank
I
you.
do. So my name is Kathy Klockenbrink. I'm one of the owners of Jam and Creps, 20 Nassau. And, you know, we've been able to watch this process over the last year and a half or so. And we understand and see the impact that it can have on Bank Street, but also on the community. And I will say, Graduate Hotels has been incredibly gracious and a real team player to the community, particularly in these times of the COVID pandemic. We've gone through the drawings and had some conversations with them, and are very appreciative of their efforts to be sustainable in their development and their commitment to make this work not only for us, but for the community itself and its mission statement. So, you know, just speaking as a business that is watching both sides of this conversation, we trust that the Graduate business will really hear what the Bank Street neighbors are discussing, and also continue to demonstrate their ability to be really strong team players in our community.
Thank you. Okay, next.
Jill, you want to go next?
Bill, who?
Michelle?
Oh, Jill.
No.
This is Melina Billy. I raised my hand, so I don't know if you want me to talk because you said I can unmute or. You
Yeah,
have some-
could
Sure.
you make, could you pick up your video?
Sure.
Okay.
Can you see me? I
No.
can't see. I can't see myself for some reason, and I start video. I don't know what is it. I can stop and start again.
Probably have something blocking your video camera because it's black.
I know, I'm sitting in front of my computer and I just had another Zoom meeting 30 minutes ago and it wasn't blocking, so I don't really know what is it. I'm sorry. Do you still want me to talk or no? If you can't see me.
Well, it's a little problematic to swear
It
you
is.
in if we can't see you, so.
Okay, how about if I try to get out and come back in? Okay, I'll try that.
Okay.
Okay, we'll see what happens.
Let's let Michelle Perron Lambro speak next. I think
Okay.
she's next.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm not sure the protocol on this, but being part of the the chair of the Economic Development Committee, liaison to the Prince and Merchants Association, I wanted to talk from a business standpoint. But
Michelle,
because
and
I'm
I
a
get-
councilwoman,
Right.
I'm not sure I'm allowed to. So Karen, you can tell me the protocol here. If it's not appropriate, I will bow out.
Well, Michelle, I don't want to stop you from commenting. Obviously, the governing body is, what do we say? Intended to stay separate and apart from what the zoning board does. If you're saying you'd like to offer testimony in your capacity through the Merchants Association, then, you know, the board can take it from that venue. Is that accurate? That's how you want to speak?
I would say from the Economic Development Committee standpoint, if that's
Okay.
appropriate.
With-
If
with the-
not,
That's
I
okay.
don't know.
In the Merchants Association though, right?
Well, I'm the council liaison. I'm a non-voting member on the Prince and Merchants Association, so I'm a liaison, and I am on the Economic Development Committee. So I would really be representing the Economic Development Committee more so than that. But if it's not appropriate, I
No,
just
go ahead. Go ahead. If the board has any problems, speak up. If not, go ahead and comment. We'll have to swear
Well,
you
if
in,
it's,
though,
it's
you know.
Karen, if you feel it's appropriate, then we'll allow it. But if it's not appropriate, I think it's
Well, I
problem.
guess, Michelle, my only concern is that the board members may take this as some extra, I'm not sure what the comment would be.
Influence.
Correct.
Good word.
Correct.
Thought that.
Good word. Good word. So that's why
You know-
I pressed you about who are you speaking for? Are you speaking for the Merchants Association? Okay, if that's what you're active in, you speak for them. If you're speaking
Okay,
for the
all
governing
right.
body, then
Okay.
I think
I'll speak for the
think I
Merchants
will say
Association then.
Excuse, let Michael speak, please.
yeah, Michael.
Michael?
I think I just will comment. This has never happened before in all the years I've been on the zoning board, and I've never seen it happen at the planning board either.
Well, that may be because the planning board actually has governing body members on it. The zoning board is not allowed by law to have any members of the governing body or any municipal officials on their board to
Yeah.
accomplish a separation between the governing body and the zoning board. So I think, Michelle, I'm sorry to tell you that I have a concern with you speaking, because it seems to me that who you're speaking for is the governing body to, I'm happy to hear any other input from any council, from any.
Well, I don't know, it might just compromise the discussion. I mean, I'm not saying I don't value your opinion, but I'm just very concerned about a comment.
The other issue, I don't know what the status is of the consolidation of these ordinances. I believe, and maybe Derek can correct me, I believe that both towns still allow the granting of a use variance to be appealed to the governing body. And if that were the case, you are on the governing body. So
Okay.
I don't
That's
know
fine.
how it would affect it or not. I'm not sure.
No, I thought that's fine. I don't want to prolong this anymore. You know, I wanted to express the opinion from the business community, but I think there's other business community leaders that will speak up, and I will bow out. And I appreciate it. And it's nice to see you all tonight. And good luck with everything. I'm going to bow
Thank you,
out.
and we're sorry. Just
No,
sorry.
I understand. Okay, take
Okay,
care.
good. All right, next.
Melina, what happened?
Okay.
Where'd you go?
Yes,
Here she
I'm
is.
right here. I'm right here, and you can see me. Good evening, everybody.
Miss Billa, could you give us your address again? I don't remember if you testified before.
I'm at 28 Bank Street.
All right, and again, as I said, since I don't remember whether we swore you in, do you swear affirm your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the reason I've been a Princeton resident since 1997, and I moved from New York City. And the reason why I moved to Princeton is that I can sleep at night. That was one of the main reasons why I bought a property in Princeton, because I lived in Manhattan and we happened to have lots of restaurants and bars around us. And as you probably all know, whoever lived in a big city, you don't sleep. So I love the idea of having a hotel in downtown, because I think we need a hotel. We need a nice, decent hotel. I think I said that once on one of the meetings that I don't like the height of it. I think it's too big. I think it doesn't have enough charm as it should have for the historic property. I would cut that Chambers building down because I think it's just overpowering and aesthetically not pleasing. I don't like the wall that faces the Bank Street. So these are the things that I don't like aesthetically. I can't talk about finances and other stuff and who's going to make money, who's not going to make money. Even though this evening I heard many of you said that this town will benefit from having a hotel. So I wonder who's going to benefit from it. They're going to pay taxes, yes, but they would pay taxes even if they built a hotel in a different area of Princeton, not in a residential area. So we also pay taxes, and we pay lots of taxes. And to tell you the truth, I dealt with the Princeton town with many of my houses and projects, and it's hard. And it was very difficult to get permit for anything. So I wanted the skylights on my house in the Bank Street. I couldn't get them because you can't get them. So all of a sudden, me couldn't get a little window, and then somebody else can get a huge building with 70 rooms. So I don't think it's fair. So I'm not going to repeat any of the my neighbors from Bank Street said pretty much everything. One thing that I want to find out is about that bar. I actually posted a question because all of a sudden we have 2 bars at the hotels. And I know that there is no hotel has to have a restaurant, they have to have a bar. So my question is, if somebody can answer, how late is that bar going to be open? Can somebody answer, please?
So this would be for Tim or Pablo.
Sure. Yeah, I thought we certainly the existence of a bar in the basement is not news, for clarity's sake. That's been out in the open, and we've been clear about that from day one. But I thought we talked previously, maybe 2 rounds ago or 3 rounds ago, about what we perceived to be or projected to be operating hours, and I'm having trouble remembering exactly offhand if we even define them. But I do remember highlighting that there are, I think, 6 retail tenants along Nassau Street, all of whom close in the evening and will not be open and operating. And so when you think about folks largely coming from within the hotel already and not traveling to the bar, going down for a drink in the evening, the net impact of the traffic or the activity on site is well below what you see already today by virtue of the businesses that exist already every day, from Jamming Crepes to local Greek to Sacred Coffee. Now, what I would expect, without having a clear understanding of it, because it's just not in my wheelhouse, but I do want to answer your question, what I would expect is that we would operate the bar right in line with where other bars in town are operating, right? Whether that's at the Winbury I've been to, other rooms that are respectable, established, establishments and play a good, respectful role in the community. That's certainly how we would expect to operate.
Okay, so as I know, I'm not super bar person, but I think Mistral Bar is open until probably midnight, and then that there is that Ivy Bar on the Nassau Street. I think that's probably open until midnight. So who's going to decide about that later on? Like, if that's, I don't think that's a zoning problem, is it?
There are certainly governing limitations around all those operations, whether they're tied to your liquor license or a local ordinance or the zone in which you are situated. There are always limitations. We certainly don't aspire to have anything rowdy, an atmosphere or vibe, or some kind of super late night establishment. And we're small, we're low occupancy, as Christopher already highlighted, and we're underground. We're literally out of sight, and we'll be out of mind because there will be no or audible impact from that establishment, especially relative to the many walkable bars that already exist in the area. And I certainly hope that comes across as clear.
Sure, Tim, but none of those bars are in my street, basically. So honestly, we don't have any bars around Bank Street. And actually, when I bought the house, I looked what is possible to come to neighborhood, and bar was not an option, because if bar was an option, I wouldn't buy the house. So, but that's my problem. So can I just finish, Tom? I'm sorry, Tim. Sorry, I can't see well. I don't have my glasses. So people, even if you guys close the bar at the midnight, people who are drinking at the bar, they like to hang out outside. And, I did the same thing. You guys are doing the same thing. So we just go out. People are smoking, talking. It's noisy. It's noisy. So I wonder how we're going to sleep in Bank Street. That's my main concern, aside from the parking and stuff.
Yeah, it strikes me as an unfounded assumption that especially for a hotel that's of high quality with discerning guests, it just strikes me as an unfounded and unfair assumption that patrons leaving, you know, a nice, respectful establishment would wander out of our building all the way down the block from the corner of Chambers to Bank Street and then hang a right to walk down a dark neighborhood street just to be disrespectful in a neighborhood district. You know, we're in the CBD, and I expect that you will stay pleasantly insulated from any such theoretical activities.
No, Tim, I didn't think that you're gonna have a shady people, because I don't think shady people can afford, you know, to stay in your hotel. But the bar is gonna be public, so everybody can come to the bar, and it's people who are having fun, who are drinking, and they're talking. And I'm not saying that they're gonna come and yell in front of my window, but they're gonna talk outside on the Chambers Street. Trust me, we can hear everything.
Well, I appreciate that. And this actually presents an opportunity to correct a false statement that was shared earlier, which tried to claim that we have never had a graduate hotel but a residential community, which is not only false, but egregiously false. We are very experienced with developing thoughtfully in urban infill locations, which includes several instances of abutting residential communities. So we have lots of practice at not just saying we're thoughtful, but being thoughtful and being respectful. And I do want everyone here to hear that, because it's an important part of how we do what we do.
I'd like to add something as well. This is Pablo. And I think something that we can't lose sight of is the fact that this is first and foremost a hotel guest amenity. This is something that is going to be there mostly for guests. Now, do I think that certain members of the Princeton community, are they going to come check it out? Sure, absolutely. We can't control that. But this is first and foremost a hotel guest amenity. That's why it's small. That's why it's underground. And I just wanted to add that as well. Thank you.
But why didn't the lady said that you have another bar on the first floor?
I think that that's also been a point of confusion. It is a lobby space first and foremost, with plenty of seating. If that's a student who wants to come and study and use our free Wi-Fi, great. If you want to come and hang out with a friend and grab a coffee, great. You're more than welcome to come in. But it is not going to be a bar outlet or a restaurant outlet, like we've said time and time again, just to use the example, like Mediterra or any of the other great establishments throughout Princeton. They're very, very simplified outlets that are not meant to be a sports bar or somewhere that people are going to congregate until 2 a.m., just as an example.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's 10 minutes. Is that okay? Do you have anything you just want to close with?
No, I said thank you. I'm done.
Oh, you're
Thank you
welcome.
so
You're
much.
welcome. Okay. How many other people do we have that have wanted to speak?
One.
I think 4 or 5.
2. Okay.
Well, what are the wishes of the board? Personally, I'd rather keep it moving and try to get, it may be late, but try to get through this tonight. That's my opinion.
I'm with you.
Okay.
How about others?
Sure.
Who was that?
That was Jim Davidge. Push through.
Yeah, okay.
Push through if you can.
Anybody else want to chime in here?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Keep going. Mr. Chair, if we could take a 2 or 3 minute break once the public has stopped speaking, just like a bio break, that would be appreciated.
Okay. Michael, would you want to continue?
Yeah. It's a touchy question. You know, Tony Nielsen wants to speak and is going to speak as a planner. The real question for me is how long he's going to go. And, you know, if he's going for 25 minutes, then that's different than,
If Tony's out there, we could ask him.
He is. I see him. He has his hand raised, but he's muted right now, so.
All right, well, I mean, if, Derek, did you want to say something?
Just also want to say there's probably 6 or 7 questions in the Q&A, and you need to ask those questions in the public. They need to be on the record, so.
Okay. Well, if everybody is agreeable to it, let's at least get as far along as we can tonight. I do want to know what Tony has in mind for his presentation.
Steve, I can give that to you. I don't want to do an ad lib presentation like I did the last time. So I've written out the comments, and they talk primarily as a professional planner, and they deal with the purposes of the municipal land use law. So I'll go through the various purposes of the land use law. So that's, hopefully I could get through that reasonably, but it's going to take some time. But then the other part of it is that all of the folks who have had the meetings on Bank Street have come up with what they can say is, listen, we all agreed to reject this proposal until these sets of conditions are met. And some of them have just been skated on a little bit. And we've made a pretty significant list here of what we think those conditions are, dealing with the setback, the floor area ratio, the parking, and the desirable visual environment. And one can go through the bullet points. So those are really the 2 points that I wanted to do, and I wanted to read these, so I'm just not ad-libbing it at all.
How long will it take?
Oof. My guess is the purposes will probably take 10 minutes or so to read that. I won't read it all, but I'll read the majority of it. And the purposes, depending upon if there's any question, would probably take another 10 minutes.
So 20 minutes, okay.
Steve,
What, 20 minutes?
Steve, could I recommend that we consider allowing people who have not spoken yet? Because we have heard from Tony, to allow.
Yeah, well, we will hear from Tony. But yes, if we can hear from people who haven't spoken already, we can continue with that.
Yeah, that would make sense.
So I'm not sure. Thomas, Letizia, and also Liz Lempert. I'm looking to see if there are any others who have hands up. I don't see any. So those are the 2 that I see, and I don't know if Claudia, if you have any other.
That's the only 2 hands that are shown.
Okay. Okay, I don't know who came first of those 2. Thomas, you're ahead of, how about, are you there?
I'm here. Hello, all.
Hello.
oh,
So for the record, my name is Tom Letizia. I am an attorney with the law firm of Troutman Pepper, and I am here tonight representing Gunn Investment Corporation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening on the proposed hotel application of GPNJ. Gunn Investment Corporation, or GIC, is the owner of 14 Nassau Street, the prominent multi-story Flemish Renaissance Revival building that is located at the corner of Nassau Street and Bank Street. It is the former site of the Princeton Bank and Trust building. GIC CEO and chairman is Gordon Gunn. Mr. Gunn has operated his investment firm at 14 Nassau Street for decades. The Gunn building shares a party wall with the Graduate Hotel building. In addition, the Gunn property contains a parking area in the rear that is accessed from Bank Street, where the company's employees and tenants park, and it is immediately abutting the back of the future hotel property. At the outset, I wish to make clear that Mr. Gunn does not oppose the plans of GPNJ. In fact, he generally supports the concept of a hotel as he believes it will be an attractive amenity and provide a much needed economic jolt to Princeton's downtown, particularly in these difficult times made worse by the pandemic. If the Graduate Hotel team follows through with the implementation of the plans and fulfilling the commitments presented during these hearings, we believe the hotel will be a vibrant use that Princeton can be proud of. Given the unique situation of the common support wall between the buildings and the Gunn parking lot location relative to the hotel property, we do have some concerns pertaining to the impacts of both demolition and construction activities upon the Gunn building structure itself and on employees and tenants who will be working or attempting to during such activities. It is our understanding that GPNJ has indicated the demolition period will be approximately 3 to 4 months, followed by several more months of major construction. That is a long time to tolerate machine noise, vibration, dust, possible water penetration, and other impacts. We have expressed these concerns to Mr. David and Mr. DeGrazia, and they have been readily willing to engage with us on a number of occasions to discuss how to jointly come up with a mutually acceptable plan to address potential problems. In order to perform the construction work properly and safely, GPNJ will need a temporary easement from GIC for access to conduct pre-construction surveys, install vibration monitors, roof protections and waterproofing, implement safety measures, and install and maintain controlled access zones along the adjacent parking lot, as well as other measures. Mr. Gunn is willing to grant such an easement in exchange for GPNJ committing to the following, among other things: meeting with us to walk through the construction sequence prior to the start of construction, and to have ongoing weekly calls to coordinate upcoming work and protection measures. 2, performing a pre-construction photographic survey of the GIC building, so there is a record of the building's condition prior to work commencing. 3, giving GIC the right to review, comment on, and approve the hotel's logistics plan before its submission to Princeton. 4, if parking spaces on the Gunn property become unavailable as a result of GPNJ's operations and safety measures, and that is expected to be the case, GPNJ will arrange at their cost for parking to be provided at another nearby parking facility for all Gunn employees and or tenants that are affected. 5, GPNJ will ensure that the Gunn property will remain free of construction debris and will repair any damage resulting from the GPNJ work. So to conclude, should the zoning board ultimately decide to grant approval to the Graduate Hotel project, GIC would support it, but we respectfully ask that the board's approval be conditioned on GPNJ fulfilling its commitments made to Mr. Gunn, as I have generally outlined. Again, we appreciate the cooperation that Mr. David's team has shown us to date. And we look forward to continuing that working relationship as the Graduate Hotel becomes a reality. Thank you.
Excuse me, one question, Mr. Letizia. Have these conditions have been reviewed with Mr. Gund?
Yes.
And he has and with Graduate?
Well, I'll let Mr. DeGrazia confirm that, but yes, we've had a number of conversations.
Okay,
concerning
Mr.
these items.
DeGrazia?
Yep, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Who's next?
Ms. Lambert? Lambert?
Hi, good evening, everybody.
Liz, we just need to swear you in. Do you affirm or swear that your testimony this evening will be truthful?
I do.
Thank you.
So first of all, I want to thank the zoning board for your service and for what's probably going to be an even later evening. I know these applications can be challenging, and I appreciate the concerns of the neighbors, but I would just urge the board to make sure that you're reviewing this with the entire community in mind. Having a hotel, another hotel in Princeton, has been a goal of the mayor and council. It's really important for our downtown because we lose so many visitors to town who are staying out on Route 1, and they create traffic when they come in, and they're not around to help support the restaurants and businesses in the same way that they could if they were in town. This is a walkable location, so we could even end up with less traffic of, I know there's the tour buses, but there's also a lot of the hotel buses coming in from Route 1. And if we have people staying right in town, it's going to be a huge economic boon to other businesses in town that really need it. And also, as I'm sure you're aware, in New Jersey, there is no local sales tax, and the municipal government is funded essentially entirely by property taxes. And there's really only one other tax that we can collect, and that's a hotel tax. And so it's not just a regular business. This is a business that is going to directly help every single taxpayer in town get some relief. And I just urge you, when you look at this, to understand that this is the project that we've been working on, that it's important to the town and to our economic future. And there's no perfect location. It's like, we know we have a tight central business district. This is an allowable use in the central business district. And there's no perfect spot. But this is, in my opinion, as good as it gets in so many ways. And it's really going to be an economic boost. So I hope you will consider the benefits to the town as a whole. And again, thank you so much for your service and your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Who's next?
I think.
What? Okay.
Tony is the only other person with
Okay.
their hand up.
All right, Tony.
Unmute.
20 minutes.
I just have a small statement before Tony goes on. And I do agree with the fact that I really...
Whoa, ma'am, we just have to stop you for a moment. Could we just have your full name and address, please?
I'm Françoise Nellison, and I live on 13 Bank Street.
All right, ma'am, and do you swear or affirm that your testimony this evening will be truthful?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So thank you for hearing me. It's going to be very short, but despite the fact that I believe the hotel would be very beneficial to the town, I also appreciate all the applicants' effort to appease the resident concern. I still strongly believe that the hotel should be denied because it's way too big for where it stands. It's massive, it's detrimental to the residents of the adjacent historic street because it takes away our sunlight, it creates this big major wall. Of course, I live really close to it. So I would totally support the application if an alternative design, like stepping down the north facade, for example, something that would reduce the overall size and the FAR, and therefore would not require so much parking and would not have the impact on light and shadow, which are a major concern for many residents. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess it's my turn now.
Right.
So I'll do these two things. One, I'll read this, try to read it as clear as I can. And then secondly, I will go through the list of conditions that we pretty much have agreed on.
Tony, just, I'll note you were sworn previously, so you remain under oath, and will confirm for the record, you are a licensed planner in the state of New Jersey, correct?
Indeed, I am.
Okay.
All right. So let me start. First of all, by just opening up and saying, there's been so much testimony about the need for a hotel, and we all agree. I mean, we all agree that we need another hotel. The question is, do we need this hotel? And if you guys approve this hotel, there's a certain set of conditions that I think we have agreed on over and above the change that they've made. And I certainly appreciate the change they made tonight, which came out of some discussion from last week. But let me start with this. The Graduate hotels own and manage many hotels that are smaller in size than the proposed Princeton Hotel. We know that. Even while located in substantially larger market areas. For example, the Graduate Hotel in New Haven, Connecticut,
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but are you testifying now as a resident or as a planner?
As a planner.
Okay, thank you.
That'd be my plan. Okay, for example, the Graduate Hotel in New Haven, Connecticut is a much larger town than Princeton, has 72 rooms. And the Graduate Hotel in Evanston, Illinois, again, a much larger town than Princeton, has 119 rooms, going to the question of number of rooms. So why the need for 178 rooms as proposed in Princeton? The actual reason why a variance is being sought. Is it clear that the Graduate Hotel can make its model work with less number of rooms, or is it just some level of financial greed? I would remind the board that, to paraphrase Mr. McDonough, the financial greed or the financial consideration is not an appropriate justification for granting a variance of any type under the municipal land use law. In fact, zoning boards are barred from taking purported financial reasons under consideration. The applicant did not justify that somewhat smaller hotel could not be financially viable, but they also did not provide any justification for the requested number of rooms, other than they think they can get away with it. It should be obvious to everyone that the Graduate Hotel people could have proposed a building with the same FAR as the existing building and also respect the setbacks. The neighbors would not be at this hearing speaking against the application. And of course, we think the hotel would have already been approved. But instead, they're proposing to do what I think is going to be irreparable harm if the hotel gets built as it is, even with the modifications they've made. Mr. McDonald, who is their professional planner, offered up as a justification for the variance that several purposes of the municipal land use law would be advanced. He specifically mentioned purpose G, H, I, and M. Purpose G, quote, to provide sufficient space in appropriate locations for a variety of uses in order to meet the needs of all New Jersey residents, unquote. As you can see, this is a generic purpose. And the chances are most of the guests of the proposed hotel would not be New Jersey residents. So I fail to see how this purpose can underwrite the request for a variance. Purpose H is to encourage the location and design of transportation routes which will promote the free flow of traffic. Really? The hotel is not proposing any transportation routes, so how could this be a purpose to be invoked for granting this variance? Purpose I, to promote a desirable visual environment through creative development techniques and good civic design and arrangement. Really? The 6-story rear elevation of the proposed hotel does not have a single window. No fenestration. It looks like a penal colony or a warehouse. There's no modulation, no articulation, no attempt to create any visual interest other than some decorative brickwork. It is literally an architectural equivalent of a slap in the face of the entire historic neighborhood. Purpose I certainly cannot be taken seriously to request this justification for this variance. Finally, purpose M is to encourage coordination of the various public and private procedures and activities shaping land development, with a view of lessening the cost of such development to a more effective use of the land. Really? The hotel is an entirely private venture. There's no public involvement to coordinate with the private activities. The purpose is completely irrelevant to this application. The purpose section of the municipal land use law does provide, on the other hand, very strong and compelling reasons for denying the application. Purpose A, to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use and development of all lands in the state in a manner in which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Question, how is the proposed hotel promoting health, welfare, safety, morals, and the general welfare on the Bank Street neighborhood? It's not. It would loom over the historic district like an elephant over a rabbit. Clearly, purpose A is violated. And purpose C is to provide adequate light and air and open space. It's also being violated. The proposed hotel reduced the existing light, reduced the existing air, and reduced the existing open space in tangible and very palatable ways. The application as it stands would significantly violate purpose C of the municipal land use law. So in my view, Mr. McDonough did not convincingly address the positive criteria required to justify the variance. Yes, the hotel will have some nice brickwork on Chambers Street and Nassau Street elevations. And yes, it promotes historic preservation of a portion of the existing building, but not the historic preservation of the Bank Street neighborhood. And yes, it will add value, quality, and people, all of which are good things. But this can be accomplished within the parameters of the FAR of the existing building without violating the setback. And no, the positive criteria was not addressed. Mr. McDonough totally grossed over, the negative criteria and didn't even bother to address them because he couldn't think of how convincingly to do it. The fact of the matter is that the hotel, if built as proposed, will undoubtedly have a long-lasting, various negative impact on the Bank Street neighborhood. I don't know that will cause irreparable harm to the town's master plan or the zoning ordinance, but will certainly cause irreparable damage to the Bank Street neighborhood, and we can see that. Now, the good folks in Bank Street have gotten together, number of meetings, and said, listen, we can approve this hotel. We can support this hotel if the following conditions were met, very similar to just what Mr. Gunn's lawyer just went through. One, and you have partially talked about it tonight, and that is set the building wall currently on the property line adjacent to 11, 13, and 15 Bank Street, 10 feet back, not 8 feet back of the triangle, 10 feet back along the northern property line, continuing south, tapering down to a minimum of 2 feet, not right to the property line, 2 feet, and extending the 2 feet the entire length of the parking lot, of the Gunn parking lot, to where it intersects with the existing buildings. The 2 feet is necessary in order to provide any kind of planting against that blank wall. You can't do it with the 6-inch setback they're proposed. It's going to have to be 2 feet. So what the context of the 2 feet, is it then possible to be able to allow some windows against that back wall, especially places where there's no adjacent buildings? The second condition is articulate the blank western wall and with other facade modifications to reduce the negative impact. Add windows if it's appropriate, as I just said, along that 2-foot property line if that can actually be done, that would really be most appropriate. For the other condition on the of the setback, there must be a certified landscape plan to assure that the plantings of the green wall along the western facade facing Bank Street, the green step backs on the current driveway, all actually get done. Right now, they're just examples on an illustration, and we have no assurance whatsoever. So the setbacks, the 2 additional foot back, the 4-foot setback, the 10-foot setback on top, which they were already doing, try to add some windows or modulation. And of course, the other one, which they came up tonight, is to ensure that we replant the tree. And that was one of our conditions, and that was met tonight, which we really are very grateful for. The second variance are the floor area ratios. And we think the applicant should be denied unless they can have some reduction of the FAR mass bulk of the building that negatively impacts sun, shade, light, views, and the quality of life, as was indicated in the previous testimony. What we would want to see is stepping down the building on the northern facade in 2 10-foot increments. That would reduce the shadow. It would maintain more light. It would provide greater privacy and will reduce the floor area ratio and the parking requirement. This unfortunately would eliminate 11 more rooms on the 5th floor and resulting in a total of 159 rooms for the hotel. As testified earlier, they have hotels with much smaller rooms and much larger market areas. The third variance is parking and circulation. It must be denied unless these conditions could be met. Provide full parking requirements for all staff, guests, and commercial tenants, either on-site or guaranteed parking in other locations within a reasonable walking distance of the downtown. This assures the town that the parking will be adequate and assures that the hotel will have adequate parking for all its staff. And it was testified earlier, it never was clear exactly how many parking spaces they're going to need. Now, the second condition on the parking and circulation, assure a proper signing at the entrance of Bank Street from Nassau Street to discourage the use of Bank Street in search for the entrance on Chambers so they don't circulate around and around. Mrs. Flower, I think 2 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, recommended a reverse frontage, a reverse direction on Bank Street, so that wouldn't happen. But the neighbors, I think, got together and said, listen, that will probably be as much traffic. So that one is out, but the signing we think is appropriate. And then the third condition is institute discussions with the town regarding payment in lieu of parking. Why are all these developers getting a pass on free parking? That somehow or another they should pay the town to accumulate a pool of money to be able to provide parking in other places. And we're just letting that slip through our fingers. So we think that should be a condition of the parking and circulation issue. The desirable visual environment is probably one that has been most talked about by most of the folks here. And there's 2 elements of that: to the desirable visual environment through creative development techniques and good civic design and arrangement, which we don't think they've met. And again, assured the public health, safety, moral, and general welfare. Condition 1, this is one that came up tonight. People were really concerned about that driveway coming in the same way that the applicant closed the motor court. What we're suggesting here is you do a green roof on top of the whole driveway entrance coming in, so it completely seals off any noise, dust from actually impacting the back of Bank Street or any of those neighbors. 2, provide the cleaning of dust after demo and the construction and compensation for any health issues that occur to residents during demolition and construction. And as you heard, this is they're going to put parking in the basement that's going to have to be sheet piled. And you have heard testimony about the fragility of the foundations of the buildings here on Bank Street built in the 1890s. Again, provide for cleaning of dust and of any demo and construction, which has actually happened, and ensure that any property damage that occurs is compensated for the disturbance. And the other one that many want here is to remove that proposed door. It's not needed for a fire egress. They are so afraid that that door might become a hangout place or some other nefarious use. They want that door, that new door, just remove the door. They want the door moved as a condition of approval. And I have two more, no light spill, assure that there's no light spill onto adjacent residents, and assure that there's no noise, air pollution impacts on the adjacent neighborhoods as well. These are conditions that go to the desirable visual environment. So there were 4 of those: the setbacks, the floor area ratio, the parking, and the desirable visual environment. I thank you guys for the patience. We spent an awful lot of time with the neighbors, endless discussions on this, and we think that these are reasonable. We think it would make a better hotel. It would certainly make a better impact and a more positive impact with the historic district. And just as a detail, I'm very happy they set that little triangle back. I think the idea of putting up a wooden fence back there is a bit silly. I mean, why would one even want to do that? But be that as it may, these are the conditions that the neighbors think are reasonable. And those are the conditions that we think it does not meet the municipal land use law purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. This is Lisa Bradley, the court reporter.
Yes.
The speaker never gave me his name, his full name.
Anton, A-N-T-O-N, Nellison, N-E-L-E-S-S-E-N.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Okay, do we have, I think that was, he was the last speaker?
We have somebody else, Richard Pluto. Hear us?
Where is he?
I apologize. I raised my hand by accident.
Oh, okay.
So we're done?
Steve, I think we're done, but as Derek points out, there are questions that were
Yes.
posted.
Okay.
And let's see.
How do we get those on the record? Who would
I
read
think
those?
we have to read them out loud. And some people already testified, but so the first one is from Mrs. Smith, who already testified. She said you can see the hotel from the backyards along Bank Street. We have an anonymous question. What is the baseline for the economic benefits? The building has tenants who would spend money each day in the downtown. What is the incremental benefit?
Okay.
Ms. Billick, who already testified, asked or stated she'd like to see a hotel in town, but not this huge building. She noted that other graduate hotels have smaller rooms, or I mean, number of rooms, Chapel Hill, Charlottesville, Virginia, Nashville. These are large cities with lots of high rises and huge buildings. Why can't we have a hotel similar to those sizes? And then she already asked, and I think we had a discussion about how late the bar would be open. Kreider's asked, can the hotel and speakeasy bar become full service as a matter of right if the application is approved? I believe they would be able to get a license from the state, would they not, Derek, to operate the bar? It's full service, but I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, once a bar's in there, it's a bar. So I don't think there's any zoning restrictions unless the board made a condition, but,
Okay.
and if hours of operation, you can't operate the hotel except for the check-in between 2 and 5. They're exempt from the hours of operation between those hours. They can't operate as far as checking in guests, but they can't have the bar open between those hours.
All right. Then Crystal Knapp from Planet Princeton. She pointed out the Economic Development Committee is a municipal committee, not a merchant committee. Again, we have some anonymous questions. The drawings show a bar on the first floor adjacent to the lobby. And also another comment, there are 2 bars in the hotel. Are they just limited to hotel guests or are they open to the public? I don't know if anybody wants to respond to that. I'm
I
ass-
think the applicant really said that
They're open, right, to the public?
they're open to the
Yeah.
public, yes.
That's what I thought. Okay, so I think we've addressed all those questions.
Okay,
So,
okay. So, all right, so I think, are we done with the public comment, portion of the comments?
I have
Okay,
somebody,
Oh.
XJ. Sir, can you hear us, or ma'am? Hello?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Actually, this is 15 Bank Street, Mr. Wan. I just wanted to add one thing that Tony somehow omitted in the condition of approval that is agreed by all the people participate in the community meeting.
go ahead, please, make it quick.
Okay. So there's one condition is that right now the proposed wall has a sharp angle, which is resulted right in the middle of the 15 Bank Street, adjacent to that. And we want to have that sharp angle of a wall to modify it, either rounded or have a 45 degrees.
Okay, all right, we'll note that. Okay. Thank you. All right, any other public comment? Okay, with that, we close the public portion of the meeting. Mr. DeGrazia, do you want to make a closing statement?
Sure. I mean, there was a lot of different comments. You've heard a lot of people from the public speak, and we do appreciate all those. There was a ton of misinformation, questions that went back and forth where it seemed very inconsistent to me. And I'm hesitant to go back and go through it because I think the board heard our testimony and is pretty clear on what we're proposing and in our position. It's one thing to indicate our proposed plan started out with 12 feet along the end, and then we make it higher to protect the neighborhood, and then to have someone complain about it, the other way. Same with the windows. At one time, we were looking at proposing windows by the residential side, which is the only area that we could possibly do. It may trigger a variance, but we were willing to go that way, but the neighbors didn't want that. And we came up with what we thought was a nice way to put stridation into that wall. When you take a look at it, there was a lot that has gone on here. And I just want the board to kind of reflect back on some of the stuff that we talked about. Early from the first meeting, we had Pablo David. He talked about graduate hotels, the company, the goals, the mission, the sustainability principles, all of what we have been seeing and what we showed you through the exhibits. We had Steve Oakley, our architect, talk about existing conditions. Tom O'Shea talked about stormwater management. Again, some sustainability elements in the proposed site plan. We then had Meredith Bizdek, Michael Mills go through the historic preservation. We spent slides talking about how they're going to treat the bricks and how they're going to treat different elements. Josh Zinder then went through the current building and why we're demolishing it, the poor layout, there's no way to salvage, the ADA nightmare, conduits on the outside of the building, no really way to make that in a good adaptive reuse. We had Steve come back, Oakley, and talk about the project summary. And he went page by page, story by story, explained the different uses and what was going on there in each element. John McDonough then came up, our landscape, as a landscape architect, and spoke about the landscaping and lighting. We had a huge segment on George Jacquemart with regard to parking. And honestly, I've never seen a case where it's just so unbelievably positive. I mean, this is clearly a huge win. This is like a win-win-win-win-win when it comes to parking. You have a use that's an office use. And even if you think that the office use, which had 110 tenants, 110 separate leases, didn't have any traffic at all, it doesn't mean that they're the same tenants that would be there the year after. It's an office use. Even your code recognizes how much an office use compared to a hotel use has a tremendously bigger impact. Just look at round numbers, 75,000. If you just took a round number, a 75,000 square foot office would require 203 parking spaces. A 75,000 square foot hotel would require 130. So right off the bat, when you take the square footage, I'm just picking that number. That wasn't the number, the actual square footage. Just picking the number. You reduce and switch from office to hotel, you get a substantial reduction of what's expected. Now, you also heard George testify that those numbers are based on a study that was done for the Nassau Inn, which included the impacts from having events, meeting rooms. I think they have 13 meeting spaces. That's all incorporated into that standard. When you take a look at that, take a look at the numbers from Graduate Hotel and what we're proposing here, the site itself can accommodate the parking. In addition to reducing the demand, we are now adding 76 new spaces that don't exist today. Any use there, whether it's an office, retail, whatever it is going to generate a need, and it's already grandfathered in at 200 plus spaces. This is actually now taking away that variance condition and making it a small deviation because of the additional parking spaces. You also heard testimony from George about how it's off-peak hours. So even if there is a need or if there is an overflow, it'll happen at night. And guess what? As some of the neighbors had indicated, people will walk across the street and park there and actually help another business in town by paying for parking in their garage. We don't ever expect that to happen, but if it does, why is that even bad? I mean, it actually helps another merchant. So again, sorry I spent a little longer on that than I expected, but I can't understand how anybody can look at this and not say this is a huge win for downtown and the parking situation. We then, after that, had Josh Zinder go through the FAR analysis of the CB zone, showing what is around, what's appropriate, what kind of FAR you see. We had Steve Oakley talk about setbacks. We had our acoustical study showing compliance, whether we put the 6-foot wall or the 20-foot wall with the state standards. But of course, the 20-foot wall was a much better proposal because it was more protective. But the other one fit and will meet the state standards as well. So we could do a 6-foot wall. If we were going to go that way, we would probably propose it a little higher just to help with the impacts, remove that variance for the setback from the residential and be in full compliance. Then we had the sun shading done by Brooke Core, who demonstrated the negligible impacts. Also, that sun study didn't show the results of trees. So just because it showed as a little like a deviation doesn't mean it actually wasn't in shadow right now, because there are trees, there are landscaping all across the neighborhood, and that's not even included. So not only was it de minimis, it was a very conservative study. Then after that, John McDonough went through the planning testimony, and he dealt with the correct standard, which is, can it accommodate the additional floor area? And I think we've been very clear as to how we can. Then we had Tim Ryan. We also had Alexander Craig from Hunter Roberts Construction Group talk a little bit about and answer questions regarding construction from at least one member of the neighborhood. Then this evening, we continued with other, and I'm not going to outline them today because we just did it, but other testimony addressing 5 or 6 additional segments and concerns. The bottom line is this team has pretty much, through very experienced licensed professionals, addressed through testimony and studies every issue that was conceivable here, whether it be noise, shadows, light, view sheds. And when you take a look at the facts, they're pretty simple and they're very supportive. You can't just say, oh, this is going to be a bad thing. When we look at this and we look at the view shed from Bank Street, we see it much differently in terms of improvements, not only just for an enhancement of the commercial side, but also a huge enhancement of the neighborhood or residential side as well. There's no testimony that this would actually be negative to the neighborhood. In fact, we expect that it would be a benefit to the property values, to the community, just by virtue of what it's cleaning up. And you've heard us talk about how it's enhancing the property through removing this deteriorating and horribly looking structure. And again, what's being built back does comply with the height of that zone. As I said at my intro, this project is about many things. It's about historic preservation. It's about changing and complying with codes and accessibility upgrades. It's about sustainability. You know, we had the green roof design. Now we're adding some green wall elements. It's also about an economic initiative and about satisfying a real need for the downtown hotel. Applicant, as you could see through their testimony, through the numerous steps that they've taken, is very excited to be a member of this community. I think it comes across clearly. I've never seen anybody or a group so excited to be inside and a member of the community. I also think that the community should be excited because it's Graduate Hotel. They bring vast experience, a vision, and a sensitivity that is very admirable. And with that, I think we conclude my closing remarks.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take 5 minutes. It is 11:46. We'll reconvene at 11:51 and go into executive session. Thank you.
We have the heat in our house on a thermostat. It goes off about 10 o'clock in the evening. It's starting to freeze. I had to bring a heater into my office.
Okay, it's 11:51. Do we have all our board members back? I'm just looking.
Bernice,
Bernice, not here. We'll just give Bernice another minute and then let's reconvene. And I see Jim walking back into the room, running back into the room. Okay, how many board members do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, let's go into executive session and let's discuss this. All right, Bernice, you're here. Good. Unmute yourself, please. George, can you unmute yourself? Okay, thank you. All right, well, we're in executive session now. What is your pleasure, board members? Any comments, questions, analyses, motions?
Should we go in order of the variances?
Oops, George, you had excuse me one second. George, you had a question?
Yeah, I do. And that is, could you go through the rationale for not having windows on that western wall?
The building code doesn't allow windows when you're in, I believe it's less than 5 feet away, either 5 or 3 feet away from the property line. It's a fire issue.
There's also a municipal ordinance that does not permit it. You'd have to grant another variance.
Yeah, but the issue is that they really, without setting the building further back, can't put windows on that line. I mean, it goes to if in the future somebody else put a building on the opposite side, it would create a fire hazard.
Oh,
So the building code doesn't allow it.
thank you.
And then as you go further away, the amount of glass you can have increases based on the percentage of the wall. So it's a building code issue, not a zoning issue, although the town regulates it too. Okay. All right. So how do we want to do this? You want to go through the variances and discuss each one of them?
That might be helpful.
It sounds
Okay.
like a good idea.
Okay, Karen, do you want to go through,
Sure.
or Derek?
Now, if we use the memo that Derek and Jim Purcell prepared, the first variance is the floor area ratio. As Derek indicates in his memo, that requires 5 affirmative votes. And the applicant has argued that all their other variances are really sort of, should we say, subsumed within that one. And I think you do need to go through each variance, but I think perhaps the basis for their argument is that that one is the most critical because without it, I mean, that's the whole plan depends on a certain amount of FAR. And then as has been discussed at great length tonight, then what falls or tied to it then becomes the setback, the wall height, the parking. So that variance is a critical one. And because it's what we call a D variance or use variance, the use is permitted, but the municipal land use law requires variances for certain things such as use, height, density, floor area ratio to require 5 votes. So you have a full board tonight, so 5 members would have to approve that FAR variance. You've heard a lot of testimony from the applicant, from the neighbors, and as with all variances, you need to weigh the positive impacts. In this case, the applicant has talked about various purposes of zoning that would be advanced by granting that variance versus the negative impacts. The applicant feels there really are no negative impacts. You've heard from the neighbors that they feel there'll be substantial detriment to their neighborhood. So in weighing it, I don't know if you have questions for staff, if your own staff, if there are any other memos you want to reference in discussing the issue, but I think it as with everything you hear, it's a matter of balancing the benefits versus negative impacts. And I guess if you feel that there are conditions that could mitigate the impact. So.
Okay,
Right.
Michael, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I have a question for staff, but it was really going to be for our traffic consultant, and I'm not sure if she's on this meeting.
She's not, but I will, I'll endeavor to answer the question.
I guess-
I dismissed her. She's she's on maternity leave. She shouldn't have even been with us tonight.
Okay, understood. As Karen mentioned.
Probably
you know-
still awake.
Well, we'll see what you say to my question, and it's pretty straightforward. As Karen related FAR and parking a little bit, or the other way around. There was a parking report, there was our consultant, the town's consultant raised questions, there were written responses, and that was all presented to the board in writing. There was then testimony. And the question I have, does the parking consultant, or in this case, maybe you or the town planner, did they see anything in the written responses or the presentation that they disagree with? Even Mr. McDonough has kind of represented that nothing's been refuted. And of course, we haven't asked, so I'm now asking if you take issue with anything that, was their last response in writing and their extensive testimony.
The short answer is no. We don't take any exception to what they've presented.
Okay.
The long answer is that there have been multiple discussions in addition to the written responses. There's been analysis of the available parking that is outside the hotel, that is available in the parking garages. And that from the municipal staff standpoint, we feel that the additional parking that they're providing for their valet and the additional availability of parking in parking garages is sufficient for the hotel uses, and that parking was really never that big an issue because of the reduction in the uses, the reduction in parking based on the change in use.
And that helps a lot. And I want to make sure I understand this, that basically I'm hearing from you, and it, I can accept it, that the zoning was overly burdensome. Yeah, that's the question.
I see Michael Laplace is ready to jump in on
Yeah,
that too.
hi everyone. Mr. Floyd, what I would add to Jim's, I agree with everything. I agree with everything that Jim said. And in addition to that, what myself and other staff found compelling is the applicant's case that you're going, first of all, from a use at the site that had a higher parking requirement and no provision of on-site parking to a new use that has a lower parking requirement and you're actually providing on-site parking. That's a pretty compelling argument. And we felt that all the testimony that was presented supported that.
And I will add, as I've added in other planning board testimony, that our parking requirements are woefully out of date. And there have been significant updates to tables that have not worked their way into our code in terms of what actual parking requirements are for different uses. And we have discussed this, planning, zoning, and engineering, about getting deeper into our codes at this point and modifying some of that, because we require much more parking than is typically necessary for many of the uses that we have in our parking requirements.
Okay.
That's absolutely true. And some of that work is already underway, and we're going to dive into the topic very seriously when hopefully we start the update of our master plan later this year.
Yeah, thank you. That helps a lot. I had also asked the question to someone else offline regarding FAR, because I would have loved to have heard that you've started working on changing the FAR requirements in the central business district, but I understand that that's like 2 years away.
Well, we have been discussing it because it does keep coming up, and clearly it needs to be studied. It doesn't seem to fit what's being proposed downtown, the general direction that we want to go in, but the community needs to be involved in that discussion. It certainly will be a part of the master plan discussion.
Yeah, okay. And you're working in that direction. And again, it helps as we weigh these things, because we got the zoning code on one hand, and we got the applicant on the other hand. And if we're closer together than what it says on paper, then that's great.
Okay, Michael, are you done?
I'll say a few things later.
Okay,
Let other people speak
okay. Anybody else want to
if they
comment?
want.
All right, I'll jump in here. A question from Michael Laplace. Tony Nellison's comments relative to meeting the positive and negative criteria. How do you fare on that?
I thought it was an interesting proposal. I think it's interesting to hear from someone testifying as a planner who also is within the 200 feet of the project. Here it's 200 probably inches from the project, so they have a very personal stake in it.
Yes.
So I think you have to take that into consideration as well. I probably would not have been comfortable testifying as a planner if it was a project happening right next to my home, but that's his right to do that. Even though it sounds very regimented in the municipal land use law, the positive and negative criteria arguments are still rather subjective. It's based on your own perspective. So I'm not going to criticize Professor Nellison. I understand his passion and his concerns, but I'm not convinced that the negative criteria outweigh the positive. I personally, in my analysis of the project, I think this is a overwhelmingly positive project for the municipality. And I think the applicant's been very willing to work with the neighborhood and will probably continue to do so. I've seen that in 4 hearings that we've all been a part of.
Thank you. It's actually, when I look at the overall project itself, I think that from a community standpoint, this is a very good thing for the town. It's going to take a property that's old and underutilized and in need of renovation and upgraded. It's going to provide a very nice rateable for the town, and I think overall it's going to be a real asset. So
I agree with you entirely with all of that, Steve. I think you're absolutely on point. My only concern, there seem to be some legitimate concerns raised by the Bank Street residents. And I'm wondering what other things we can do to try to address those.
well, the interesting thing is I'm very disappointed that the applicant did not address adequately, in my opinion, the number of rooms. I don't think we heard enough testimony from them relative to that. The issue with the wall, I'm not really satisfied with. I did hear Tony Nellison sort of yield. He may not be totally comfortable with it, but he is at least a little happier with it than it was before. And that does bother me. But again, as I said, I think the overall benefit to the community is a very important one.
Steve, I just wanted to jump in there. You asked me about Professor Nellison's testimony. I thought it was great of him to raise that the point that he thought it was a really positive move, that change in design about the corner. I'm glad he made that point.
Okay, yes. It's a very tough decision. And I think we've heard a lot of very good testimony, and I think we've heard a lot of very good comments from the neighbors. I think the applicant has, to the extent they can, try to reach out to the neighbors and has shown a willingness to address as many of their concerns as is practical. The door issue is, to me, it's minor. The neighbors don't want the door, we take the door out. I mean, that's all. I mean, I think the issue of it's minor, but using the door would help to maintain that little piece of property as opposed to people coming down Bank Street with lawnmowers or a truck to get in there and do it. But the door is not an issue in my opinion. If the neighbors want the door out and the applicant doesn't care, we can take it out. Overall, I am disappointed in the wall issue and the lobby essentially the lobby redesign and the setback. But again, it got in a sense a bit of a positive boost from Mr. Nellison, so I'm okay with that. I think Michael's comments on the parking and Jim's response have satisfied me in terms of the parking itself.
Well, Steve, I don't know if the board would like to just go through all the variances now, rather than trying to vote on each one separately.
Oh, no,
so
I'd
that-
rather go, I would think the best bet is to go through each one of them. I don't know, is it from other board members? Do you want to vote on each variance separately?
I mean, it seems to me that to a certain extent, they're part and parcel together. I mean, it's one project.
I think so too.
The standard, because this use is permitted, unlike a use variance where the use is not allowed at all, the applicant would need to, how should we put this? The applicant would need to reconcile why the use should be allowed when the zone doesn't allow. But that's not the case here. Here, the use is allowed. So for the applicant, what the case law would tell us is that they need to demonstrate that the site can accommodate the increase in the floor area ratio, which is the same standard that you've looked at with other cases where the applicant wants to increase FAR. This is just a different scale, and it's a commercial project, not a residential project. So perhaps it would make sense to go through all the variances, because all of them, not every one of them, but several others relate to the concept of, what the site can accommodate. So that way, based on your discussion, then when you're ready for the motion, it can be tailored to, if it's a motion to approve, then you've discussed everything, because I think going piecemeal may mean that you may vote on one, then there's a comment saying, oh, wait a minute, you know what, I think if we could have changed this, then I would have a different vote, or I would think of it differently. So if that works, are there more thoughts on the FAR before we try to move on to?
Well, I found it helpful to hear what Mr. Laplace had to say related to FAR and the direction the town is thinking of heading. And that, along with the slide that was shown in the presentation early on, that showed the various buildings in town in that immediate neighborhood, and particularly around Chambers and Palmer Square, and how many of them were above the allowable, but also within the same FAR that is being proposed. I think those two things combined, with that, I can support the proposed FAR.
Well, there's no way of knowing.
Yeah, I'll agree with Ms. Chen. I'm a little uncomfortable with the idea of relying upon where things may head. To me, that's very disconcerting. I don't think we can really go there. While as much as I appreciate what Mr. Laplace said, I'm uncomfortable making a decision based upon, what it could have, should have, perhaps, maybe, who knows. I'm more comfortable with what Mr. Zinder presented with regards to the buildings in the surrounding area that are above the allowable, if they are, but within the same. I agree with you, Ms. Chen, on that. And I think he did a nice job making that clear. I just want to, I feel that we owe some kind of duty to protect the people on Bank Street. I'm wondering what, if anything, we can do at this point. It seems like it's a take it or leave it kind of proposal right now. And I understand what Steve has said about the graduate has been accommodating and going back and forth and trying to make adjustments, et cetera. Just something doesn't sit well with me. I'd like to hear what everyone else has to say about that. I was kind of under the impression that we have to kind of not only look out for the entire community, but also for the people that are going to be most affected by this construction. And it's, I don't know, I feel like I'd like to hear more of other people's opinions on that. I'm just muting myself because my dog is barking, so I apologize.
Well, I certainly think there's other things about the design that can still be discussed and addressed, and conditions, particularly the rear facade. I think there's a lot more that can be done to improve that. It really looks like a rear facade, and that's unfortunate. There is some articulation of the brick that was done. It's really hard to tell from the rendering if there was that much done. I mean, I can see there's coursing, there's a little bit of texture, and they never presented a nighttime rendering, which I think would be an important thing we keep talking about, or the neighbors kept talking about the light spillage, and you see the amount of glazed area that is facing Bank Street. So there's things that can be addressed from the perspective of Bank Street and that particular facade.
Additional comments?
I agree with Bernice as well. I was going to say that I think that the rear facade is it is a challenge, because I'm not quite sure how we could propose improving that in a way that would be amenable to Bank Street, but it is a bit monolithic. Unfortunately, I think windows would be some sort of windows, even if they're really high and not even viewable out, but just kind of give a different breakup of that massive wall would be advantageous. It does appear as if the lack of the light study, I think, is, although I think people on Bank Street are suffering some, I think it is fairly minimal, really, in the grand scheme of things. So yeah, I think that the building does overall look great, but I think the back facade, the rear facade, if there was some way to deal with that a little bit, I think that would I think go a long way to help them feel more comfortable.
I agree with both of you, James and Stephen, but when you look at the drawings that I think Josh showed, or maybe it was Brooke, the changes they made from the beginning to what they're proposing now, with the step back over the first wall and the greenery and all that, I can't imagine a developer paying more attention to the neighbors than these guys have done over the past year. I'm pretty impressed with that. There's not much you can do with that kind of wall. And when you look at what's there, look at what's there now, it's really awful what's there now. And in a blank wall, isn't beautiful, but it sure is better.
I'd like to make a comment about a wall. I mean, a blank wall to a certain extent is a canvas. And
what?
It's a canvas. You can, I'm not suggesting you put a great big mural on there, but you could certainly put things on there that look like windows.
Exactly.
If they're not windows, and it would just create a different aspect to it. I mean, for all I know, you do want to put a great big mural on that thing. But I mean, there's a lot of possibilities to do with a blank canvas, and I don't think they've been explored.
So, Mr. Chair,
well, I would.
Can I clarify something? So we did look at windows at one point. Just to clarify our position on this, We can't have it on the commercial side, but where the building stepped back 10 feet, we were willing to propose there. I mean, we'd have to look to see if there's a variance there, and we would request that if that's the case. But from a fire safety or code perspective, we could certainly put them on the section that was 10 feet setback, so near the residential side, that side of the building. An applicant is willing to do that. We did show that to Bank Street at one time, and they did not like it. So we did not show it. But if the board wants it, we could certainly put the windows there if any connective variances are granted, if there are any. We also explored the idea of fake windows, and our historic consultants really thought that was a horrible idea and it would make it look cheesy and worse. So we went with a nice clean design showing the change in the brick pattern. And when you have the planting, you know, after that first floor, that kind of helps break it up. And the mansard type look on the top, we thought that it really does break it up and looks nice. So we did discuss all those options. The fake windows were rejected from a historic perspective, and the real windows we could certainly do if the board wants to, but it's our understanding that Bank Street was not in favor of them.
Tell me, Chris, what do you mean when you talk about fake windows?
Like all different, like I guess we can have my architect talk about it, but I think they were looking at sort of putting in like squares or boxes that kind of look like windows, and that kind of had a pattern to it, and it just didn't look great, and it didn't have the same type of elegance of the design of the hotel.
If I could say so, they would be like blind niches. They'd almost be like sculpture niches. They would be framed out to look like windows, but because of the fire code, they wouldn't have a real window.
It would just be a recess in the brick.
Yeah,
that's correct.
All right, well, I mean, I guess that's truly a matter of opinion. I think that would help break the facade up a little bit. I mean, I think it's, you know, you're still dealing with a blank wall, but at least the change in depth there would create a little bit of shadow. But that would be up to the architects.
We did also look at a mural. We were thinking about getting the Princeton Art involved, but again, that was something that the Bank Street residents would, ironically, because someone said a painting, that was another thing. So we kind of looked under every rock and tried to look at all the different abilities. But if you take a look at the last page, we really did make a lot of movement in terms of breaking it up. And now further broken up with the fence, then the green wall. So, thank you.
I didn't see it, but then I didn't, that's irrelevant at this point. I didn't see a lot of change in that wall, some minor detailing, but that's fine. I don't agree with the windows on the northernmost wing looking towards Bank Street on that end facade. I think that's definitely going to be more of an intrusion on the neighbors.
Mhm.
Any other comments? So, I mean, we were talking about FAR. And so do we have any other comments related to the FAR? I think the FAR is a tough one because it does go, it is the major issue in the project. And I think, you know, again, it's a large increase. It is, I guess we'll say, based on the applicant's floor area ratio studies, it's closer to what currently exists downtown. I look at the FAR as kind of I was looking for more of a compromise on just some of the setback issues, and you know, that didn't really seem to come to fruition. So I'm actually I'm actually, in that regard, I'm comfortable with the proposal.
So am I.
I say
Alright.
that reluctantly, but I am.
Okay, then. All right, do you want to move on then?
Well, let's see if anybody else wants
Oh,
to
sorry,
comment.
very sorry.
Anybody else want to comment on the FAR?
Well, I'll comment. Like all of us, we struggled with that a little bit. I recognize the concessions that the applicant has made over time. I do think there's not I think it's not a substantial detriment to the public good. And when I say public good, I recognize there is some detriment to the Bank Street people, but if you research the definition of public good, it's not a little small area, it's the overall public. And I don't think it substantially impairs the intent of the current zoning because it's all screwed up anyway. Based on, especially what Josh Sender pointed out, and, the buildings in downtown and the statements by Mr. Laplace tonight. I did struggle a little bit, and I was trying to get a little bit more where the applicant is supposed to address reasons that strict applications, requested prohibition deprives the applicant of reasonable use of land and buildings involved. They've made their statements, they've made some concessions. I tried to get a little bit more factual detail. It's not forthcoming. So I have to accept what they have presented as their reasons why they need this variance. So I'm fine with it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, next one is what the wall height.
Yeah, and the remaining variances now are all going to be C2 variances. And the board will remember, these are not variances sought due to hardship resulting from the shape, the topography, the size of the property. These are variances which promote or which are found to promote the purposes of zoning, which are set forth in the municipal land use law, and which essentially provide a better zoning alternative for the site than what the existing zoning would do. So first one is the side or rear yard setback adjacent to a residential zone. Minimum required 10 feet, proposed 0 feet. There was a modification presented tonight, so a portion of it would not be at 0 feet, but the rest of it would be. So, and you've heard, of course, testimony from the applicant about why they feel they cannot pull it back any further along the entire length of the property. And you've heard the concerns expressed by the residents of Bank Street, including their concern about needing some minimal planting area in order to allow things to, plants and things to grow along the wall. So that's the next variance in our queue.
Okay. Comments from the board?
I think what they did as far as addressing that additional large making that triangle larger to address Tony's request, I think that was a very good concession. I think that made pretty big impact on him, I think. And he seems to be the one that's mostly impacted. And I think that actually was a very admirable change they made, and they had to make some significant changes inside the building as well to accommodate that. And I mean, obviously, it's a tight space for cars, and trying to make it push it even further, like you're asking for, Stephen Cohen. I can see that could be very potentially difficult for them to do and make the interior carport work. So I think that was a worthwhile accommodation that they made.
Okay. Anyone else? Well, as I said before, it was not what we were looking for, but it was an accommodation, and Tony Nellison seemed to accept it. So I would think that's, in my opinion, an acceptable variance.
You know, I agree with you too. It wasn't all that I had hoped for, but I had hoped that something like this would be done. You know, especially since they said they had more parking than they needed. I was going to propose that you eliminate some parking in that entranceway. They did it, that's fine. They've obviously, that's as far as they're going to go. And as their attorney pointed out, their alternative is lower the wall and open it up and do as of right. And that's a worse alternative. So I
agree with that.
I accept their position
I agree too.
for those
Yeah, I
reasons.
agree.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, good. Karen, what's
Next
next?
variance, the height of the masonry wall along the vehicular entrance to the building. The maximum permitted is 6 feet, although the memo references 10. The applicant is seeking 20 feet for the height.
Is that at the entrance? Is that on the side of the entry or just at the rear?
Now I'm looking. All right, the wall is proposed to run along the property line at the rear of the Bank Street homes
Oh, at the rear of the Bank Street.
and
home.
between
Not-
the adjoining building at 16 Chambers and the ramp to the valet parking area.
So that whole wall is 16 feet or 20 feet all the way
20.
from Chambers Street back to the intersection of the, I'll call it the angled wall there.
Thought it was
I mean,
20.
Yeah, that's correct. It was originally proposed as 12 feet, and based on our feedback from the neighborhood, they wanted it more protective. So we
Okay.
raised it to meet the actual building height and kind of
Okay.
make
I
it.
was confused on that. I didn't think it was that high, but if
Yeah.
the neighbors are comfortable with it, then I'm comfortable with it.
Chris, was it 22 feet? I thought you said, or 20?
No, 20.
20.
This is Jim. I'd like a clarification. Is it 20 feet all the way between 16 Chambers and the hotel?
So I'm going to have Brooke just respond to that. And what was the question?
was
Is
not.
it 20? Oh, you mean where it comes around the side?
Yes.
Good question. Brooke?
So the 20-foot wall actually it stops once we hit that 16 Chambers. And so it picks up wherever we have that open space, just
Yes.
at the northwest corner.
What is the height of is there a barrier along 16 Chambers now? Or has that been removed?
That's been removed. It's a curb or
No, I
That's
think
what,
there's a wall. You had a 10-foot wall. Is it still there, or is that, this is between the building directly to the north? 16 Chambers,
oh, well, that's
10 feet, right?
the 20-foot wall behind it.
no, behind it or alongside it?
So let's.
Along the
let's-
property line with 16 Chambers, that's what we're trying to get at, because
Yeah,
you've made
they're
so
trying
many
to
changes.
Yeah, they want to understand not the rear, but the side yard between our property and 16 Chambers. What's the height of the fence there?
That's it. That wall coming all the way down to Chambers Street. Keep going down. Yeah,
So where the black stops is where the 20-foot stops.
and
so-
what is the rest of the wall?
That's building.
the height of the Chamber Street.
This shaded area is the height of the Chamber Street, and then just,
So there's no fence there.
There is a
Nope.
driveway curb though. But
There's a
just
curb.
curb.
That's what I was trying to add. That was what I was asking.
So
Okay,
it's open to the adjacent building,
except for the curb.
So
Yes.
except for the
overlaps
curb.
a Couple feet.
Except for the curb, it's open.
that's correct.
Okay, and that the shaded wall is 20 feet. It goes west and then turns south. And then it continues along the rest of the property line.
Good.
Correct.
Okay.
We're good with that. I'm
Okay.
good with that.
Okay,
Oops, sorry.
okay.
Okay. Any other comments or should I keep going?
Go on.
Keep going, all right. The next one is a variance for the loading zone. 3 spaces are required. 1 space is proposed.
Would you repeat that, Karen?
Sure. The next variance is from the required number of loading zone spaces. The ordinance requires 3 spaces. The applicant proposes 1 space as a loading zone.
George, you're on mute.
Sorry, what'd you
I'm
say,
sorry.
Stephen?
My question is the 3 spaces related to the zone as commercial or to a hotel in particular? And would there be less of a need for loading space for a hotel? If anybody can answer, Derek?
Derek?
On the square footage, it doesn't matter what the use is. So I think they provided testimony that the 1 loading dock was sufficient for their needs. So you just have to analyze that and see if you're comfortable with it.
Well, it's not in a sense a banquet hotel, and there are no large meeting rooms, so that at least I think starts to minimize the necessity for multiple loading docks, I would imagine. And it becomes a scheduling issue.
Yeah.
They have to deal with it, you know, it has to be a balance, so. Not unlike a lot of other businesses downtown.
Yeah.
I'm good with it.
I'm
And it's-
comfortable with it.
Yeah, and it's a limited amount of space anyway, so if they can fit in another one if they need it, that's down the road, but I haven't heard any testimony saying they need the second one.
Yeah, or the third. I agree. Okay.
All right. The next set of variances are for signage. The Chambers Street entrance sign. They're proposing 56.91 square feet. The ordinance allows a maximum of 10 square feet. The next sign is the Nassau Street entrance sign. Again, the maximum size of sign, 10 square feet. They're proposing 10.89 square feet. The Nassau Street blade sign, I'm looking at my notes. I have that the sign, the size will now be 43.65 square feet. The maximum allowed by the ordinance is 8 square feet. Then the next sign, the Chambers Street blade sign, let me just see here. I think it's 11 square feet, and 8 square feet is what is allowed. And then the Chambers Street parking garage sign has been eliminated. So we have 4 variances for signage.